for saying, I bet, oh, I haven't done my comment. The link. That's going to be a nuisance. I bet Wednesday will be a lot to watch. Is that when we've got football going on? I wouldn't get a lot on a Wednesday, and I watch another guy anyway on a Wednesday. I watch my friend Scruff Dog. Wednesday night. Let's have a look here. I'm just going to go and see whether I can't paste this link. If I can get into my own chat. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I put my glasses down a minute ago. When I picked them up, they're all steamed up. I'm guessing we're going to have a wet night with dew. What do I need to do? I need to go into my text files. This will be the out-of-date text file. That's a little bit awkward. Oh, no, not for what I'm doing here. That won't matter. Hold on. Open recent. Hangouts blurb. I've got 2 Hangouts blurbs.txt. That's interesting. I just want the bit about PayPal. Because I've got to get the grab on. I've got to be on the beg. Tramp in a field, folks. Wait. Is anybody still only one of you there? Hold on. So now I have to find me. Okay. And I didn't get a notification about me going live. So we have to go the long way around. Tuesday Night Live. This is me. Tuesday Night Live. This is me. Hold on, just bear with me, bear with me. It's a teddy bear. I just need to paste this snippet of text. Check it looks okay. Do that and then pin it. Long press. No, I didn't click on the fucking link. I clicked on the... Oh, shit. Pin message. That's all I wanted to do. Message pinned. Okay, folks. That's me done with that. I'm back with you. Hello, hello. Here we are. It is June the 30th, the last day of June. And in, well, for me, in an hour and well, just under 2 hours, it will be July. That's the month after June, isn't it? I remember now. Sorry, I haven't put a top on yet. I am absolutely wet through still. I have brought a top out for in a short while. I have got the mood lights on behind me. Is this brightness enough? It's a little bit in my face, but that's... I think I've moved it from the last time. I think it's in the wrong position. Maybe I had it more off to the side, or off more to the side. I wonder if I can rejig. Give me a second. Whoa! I think I caught the control. That's too bright for me. Medium setting. But further over to the side, I think would be better. I don't know why it's kind of directly in front of me. That works for me. Let me know how it works for you. How is the light? How is the audio? Might be a little bit dull. I do have one more notch. I can knock it up a notch. Tonight's beverages, folks. I have 2 cups of cold coffee and I have a cold can of beer. Optionally, I've been drinking a lot today. I've got an apple and ribena cordial, or squash as we might say in the UK, and I've got a couple of bottles of cold water in the freezer. I was actually hoping to put the cold water into a spray bottle. It's technically Tina's spray bottle. It's not where it was. I absolutely knew where it was a few weeks ago and it's absolutely not there now. That's annoying. I wonder when I found it and it was there, I wonder if I picked it up and put it somewhere clever. I don't know. Wednesday I thought was the 30th. No, it's tonight. Well, today. If UK citizens left UK, sinking ship, would there be dole money for immigrants? Oh, politics, politics. You know, I like to steer clear of it maybe until later on. But no is the question. No. You can't have a trust-based society where you have a benefit system that's open to all, and then just let any Johnny come lately in and start handing out our money to them. And also new build houses are being handed out to them, rented, rented on the government's behalf. But politics. It's a bit early to be jumping into that kettle of fish or can of worms. Can of worms. I looked into that phrase the other day. I'd heard that was a World War I sex aid. You fill a can with worms and then you do what men do. But that's a myth. The phrase can of worms was never mentioned until about 30 years later. So that's not a thing. But it is a common myth. Yeah, but kind of kettle of fish. Is that just rhyming? That's rhyming slang for something, is it? That sounds more like a Cockney rhyming slang. Not sure. I'm sure I've looked this up in the past and I just can't remember. Anyway, folks. Okay, we've been on for like 6 minutes or so. Shall we do the intro? Might be time. I didn't get around to advertising the stream. Even though this is the stream that I posted, I created on Sunday, and then I kind of cancelled and just reset the time for Monday, and then I reset the time for today. And I figured because I didn't do a Friday stream and I didn't do a Sunday stream, I probably should stop running and knuckle down, and even though I'm not in the mood, get on with doing a stream. My mate Jasper there was trying to get me to do it about 3 hours early. I was trying to have a sleep or a rest at least. That neither happened. I didn't get a sleep and I didn't get a good rest. And then in the mad rush before coming live, walk the dog, do the things, bring the things out, put the brolly up, hang the lights, all of that. I've ended up sweating like a sweaty thing. I don't feel particularly comfortable at all. So hot. Last I checked, it was still 27 degrees. Now I know you've had a heat wave back in the UK and in other parts of Northern Europe. Didn't really affect where I am. It's just those kind of temperatures all the time. At the minute we're still in that kind of, we're around 30 degrees through the day at the peak of the day, but with no breeze or hardly any breeze. And then tent equals polytunnel. I am dripping. I should have brought a towel out. I might go get one in a bit. The fronts of my trousers are just wet through, or shorts. I could do with a thin pair of like swimming trunk type shorts, but I used to have some. I've no idea where they are. Okay, I think this might be a friend coming past. No, maybe not. Oh yeah, there's two people with the same car, and I can't see who's inside. But okay, folks, where was I? Hot, heat, tent. Yeah. Yesterday we sat outside in the afternoon. There was a breeze, so it was warmer, cooler out here in the shade than it was inside. Today it was cooler inside with the fan. Except I tend to push backwards into the bedroom so I can sit up and read or watch videos or do whatever. So there's a balancing act there, which reminds me I've left the fridge running. It needs to run for a little while. It was on +5, I think, when I just looked. That's a little bit too warm. It's not an accurate temperature reading. It moves around way too much. The stuff that's in there is a lot more stable in temperature because of thermal mass. I think it's reading the air temperature at a specific point. It's got to be a bad design, really. There's only Jasper to talk to. I was about to do the intro, wasn't I? I didn't do the intro. I went off on one. Let me do that. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that is me, your eponymous hero. Camera's a little bit high. And yet, so when I pointed, you couldn't see me pointing. But now the top of my head's almost off the screen. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out, that's a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field, and nowadays in a tent. But it was not always thus. First 3 months, 4 months, there was no tent. For the first 5 months, I guess, of being homeless, there was no tent. The first 3 months in this field. And even then it wasn't a tent. You have to watch my first video. If you have not, if you've been here a while and you've never watched my first video, shame on you. Go and look at the hovel I was living under. 6 broom handles and a bright blue tarpaulin that was falling apart before I even got it. Well, it had holes in it before I got it. Actually, no, that's wrong. I got one from the bins. That one did fall apart, and the people at the top of the road brought me a new one that same day. God love them. Not that I'm religious, but... So the one that you see in the video is the one that I had from brand new, but it only lasted from January till, it might have been early February maybe, until the end of May, when it was absolutely falling apart. Every time the wind blew, there was 5 new pinholes in it, and over time each pinhole became a proper real hole. So that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. They do that like loch in Scottish or in Scotland. It's not really a sound my voice can make, but it's regional as well, so a lot of them just go k-k-k. So I do as well. Torrevieja, city on the southeast coast of Spain, about 50 minutes south of Alicante Airport, 50 minutes north of Murcia City. It's kind of equidistant between the two. On the coast though, which is literally the other side of those trees, well, another 50 meters after those trees end. So that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. That's the channel. The program you're watching is TrampCast Hangout, which is a spin-off from another program I used to do called TrampCast, where I used to detail 7 days in the life of. But now it's a more relaxed format. The Hangouts are just me and you. We chat, you ask questions, I answer questions. I talk about whatever I feel like talking about. You tell me what a wanker I am. You tell me how great I am. You maybe send me a donation via PayPal so that I can carry on surviving. That's kind of important. That's why I put the link there before. Can you believe I had a raid the other day with like 500 viewers at one time and I didn't have the bloody link up? Oh, what a missed opportunity. I had people asking, how can we help? How can we send money? How can we do this? And the link wasn't there. Although Farmer did his best to keep posting it in chat. So cheers to Farmer. Cheers to Farmer. And cheers to you guys for being here. Helping me see out June and welcoming in July in about an hour and 3/4, yeah? I was a couple of minutes late, I know. Let me just check how late. 3 minutes late. You know, logistics of moving from in the tent to out of the tent, walking the dog, putting the umbrella up, bringing everything out, pouring the coffees, getting a beer. I only brought one out. The last time I brought multiple, and by the time, because I'm so slow at drinking, despite my reputation as being a raging alky, it can often take me 2 hours to drink a can of beer while I'm talking to you lot. So the one that I was drinking, or the one that I wasn't drinking, had gone warm by the time I got to it. I ended up putting it back and bringing the cold one out. So today, I skipped that stage. What I should do though at some point is go and close my doors, especially the one by the road. That's wide open. I'll do that later. We're okay for now. It's a relatively low trafficked road track. Where are we, folks? Where is everybody? Who's talking? I'm going. Is chat frozen? I'm just checking. I've got no chat. I go top chat, I go live chat, there's no chat. Is it frozen? Is something wrong? I'll turn it off, chat hidden, we go back to live chat. There's no chat. Oh, that's not good. You might be talking to me and I'm just not seeing anything. Oh man, my head is wet through. I'm going to have difficulty operating the phone. I might have to bring a towel out if I can find one. Give me a second, folks. I'm going to step out of the stream and back in. Maybe. If I can find the best way to do it. Done this in the past by accident. It's more difficult to do on purpose. If I go to that app there. Oh, it says you are live. Hold on. I click for live chat. I've still got no chat. What do? I don't think that properly left. Normally I have to go into the YouTube app and come and navigate in. This just took me straight back to the stream. I'm going to have another go. I don't know what to click to come out though. I'll try the weather app. That didn't me straight in it. It normally gives me a message. I normally have to navigate through YouTube and come back in. I'm going to close the YouTube app. That's a bit drastic. This might go very, very wrong. If this goes very, very wrong and you lose me entirely, go to my channel and find the new stream. Give me a second. What's the best way to ditch the stream entirely? Ditch the app. Oh, hold on, folks. No, now it's bitching. Oh, what do I do? And chat appears to be back. Hello, hello. Just hang fire. UK Richie, hello mate. I'm scrolling backwards. It looks like, look, there's loads of people talking and I didn't get, okay, there was Jasper talking about Wednesday. I won't correct his spelling. I'll leave that as an exercise for the reader. If UK Citizens left, I saw that one. You know what anti-lumens are? They're a measure of brightness with lamps. What does the ANSI stand for? American National Standards Institute? Rather than one of the international ones like ISO. I was always more of a fan of candles as a unit, but... Tales of Unease episode. Oh, you were saying about Tales of Unease last night. Was it last night? I think it was. So Tales of Unease was like an armchair theatre TV programme in the 70s on UK TV for anyone who's not... I'd never heard of it. I don't know if it had a horror element. Maybe from the name. I don't know. I was going to... I've added it to my list of things to look into. Rich people want to buy a house as an investment, but poor people live there and say don't go in the room, but they are ignorant and they fell through the floor. That's nice. Jasper says Sahara tent. I don't know what that means. Gary in the Republic of South Africa. Hello, young Delta. Hope you and Tina had a good weekend. Hello, fellow Deltarians. Is that what we're going to call them? Deltarians. That's not a bad name. Did we have a good weekend? I'll be honest. I've been in a bit of a fugue again. A bit of a downer, which was why I didn't do a Friday or a Sunday. I don't know why. These things just hit me every now and again. About once every 2 or 3 months, I just And Tina's decline is in the back of my mind. And then that cunt who had a go at me, I think that was Thursday night, the guy that said Tina would be better off dead than with you. I got a little bit angry on that one, folks. I maybe don't watch Thursday nights. I think that was another long one. I think that was another reason for not going live over the weekend. I felt like I'd been live most days through last week. After the raid on, was that the Sunday night? Was the 21st, the solstice? Was that the Sunday? When Don Benitez, Paranormal with Don Benitez, did a raid, and I'd kind of fucked up my end, hadn't I? 500 people here and no PayPal fucking link. I got one donation, I think, but one donation's better than no donations. Appreciate the donation from I don't remember the name of the person, but from Don Benitez followers in the raid. It's an interesting. I've watched a couple of his shows or parts of them. He goes long. He starts off with a clock on 1 hour, I think 1 hour, and for every time he gets, so the clock ticks down. Every time he gets a donation, not a donation, it's a super chat. Depending on the value, he extends the clock by 1 minute or 2 minutes, and people don't like to see it about to end, so they donate to keep it going. And his rule is if he gets to, I think it's 5 hours, if he gets to 5 hours, they do a raid. But if the clock runs down before 5 hours, they don't. Sorry, folks, I haven't, I should have silenced this. Sorry. Hold on. Just stop with your donations until I've hit the do not disturb button. See, I come along and fucking, oh, UK Richie, you're a, let me just scroll back to that because, whoa, I want to make sure that I haven't had, okay, I didn't miss anybody out. Just had to make sure that I'd not had 2 donations and I was only thanking one person. You donate far too often and far too much, my friend. I mean, I really appreciate it, but be careful that you're, that you're not leaving yourself short. Slow your roll is what I think I said to you in the early days when you were doing it. But cheers to you. Cheers to UK Richie. Everybody in the house say thanks. So yeah, so going back to Gary's oh, it's jumped. It started jumping already. Going back to Gary with the hope you had a good weekend. It was all right in and of itself, but I was on a bit of a downer, and life's a bit tricky. The heat, obviously. We had a threat of rain as well, and if you've seen the roof of my, I might do a separate video on the roof of my tent. When it had one slit in it, I was going to collapse the bedroom and carefully walk in and try and patch the roof from, I could only patch it from the inside. A, it's the only place I could reach it, and B, the outside of the tent, nothing will stick to anymore. Dust and crap and 15 months of collected detritus, nothing will stick. So the inside was the only way. So I was about to do that, and then I saw these 2 other rips, and then I look from the inside looking out in daylight, and you can see all these fine kind of like stretch marks where it's literally on the verge of ripping. There's kind of no point patching it. But I will, as soon as I get a mate to come around, I will stick the last tarp over the top. I've been saying that for about a week now. I think Ismo came around after I've said it, and I forgot that I'd said I was going to ask him. Oops, my fault. But the next time I get someone around who's strapping lad who can help, I'll get that patched. I drove through my damn sliding door on Thursday at 3 a.m. getting home. Hold on. Then it says smashed. I hope you mean smashed the glass, not that you were smashed. Smashed glass everywhere. Landlords were not happy with me. Is this a sliding door like the garden to the drive? You haven't driven through the. You've not gone into the living room or something. Why have you got a glass sliding door? Scrolling. Oh, and it's jumped. Okay, there's UK Richie. Hi Delta Mike and chat and Tina, of course. Hope you are all well. I am. Well, actually, no, I'm not. No. Every time I do anything pseudo strenuous, it doesn't have to be anything much. I go all weak and wibbly. If I take Tina for a walk, even the short walk, and come back, sometimes I have to just dive straight on the bed, lay down before you fall down, or sometimes sit down before you fall down if I'm out here. Just getting up and bending over, not necessarily into the fridge, but over the fridge to sort out the eco flows and things. Then I stand up and I'm gone. It could be blood sugar. It could. I'm not eating well in the heat. It could be dehydration. Although I'm trying to put as much liquid inside me as I can. I've been tons of cold water and cordial. I started to say earlier, blackcurrant and apple cordial. I think I've got another one out here. I had a bottle that I thought was cordial, but it was just an orange drink. I put that in the fridge for a few hours and. That went down in like no time. Well, I've got a remnant that sat by the bed, but it got warm. So I don't know if it's like a low blood pressure, low blood sugar, dehydration, all the things that can cause that wibbliness when you like stand up too soon or when you do any kind of. It's just the heat. But if you're doing something strenuous, something active in the heat, it can get you without you realizing. And I think I said the other night. So now I wrap the belt that's around Tina's back end goes around this arm, around my right hand twice, and now I'm having to wrap her lead around my hand. And first thing in the morning, my God, it's pitiful. I drag her off the bed and out the door and she just collapses on the front end will just be on the floor until I can get the lead organised and then pick her up. As the day goes on, the front legs get a bit stronger and a bit more agile. Is that the right word? I don't know. But first thing in the morning, it's a battle to get her off the bed and out the door before she starts pissing. We've had a good couple of days where she hasn't been incontinent on her pads and on the bed. So that's somewhat of an improvement. Oh, I was saying about how much I was drinking. I'm drinking litre after litre after litre, and I'm pissing out like next to nothing. And this is not what you called. Should leave that for later in the chat. But this is the idea of the channel, folks, documenting the life and times of Grizzly Adams. No, that's not him. Delta Mike. Yeah, no. When you spend a whole day and you look in the bottom of the piss pot and there's like this much in the bottom of a 2-litre bottle and it's fuck off brown. It's not even orange, it's brown. And I'm not eating. I'm just not. I got some not fajitas. What would you call tortilla flats? Wheat tortillas out the other day and put some cheese and onion on. It was a struggle to force the second one down. Normally I'd eat about 6 of those. No, I don't know. So I'm kind of all right in and of myself, but the body isn't really coping well at the minute. Tina's body's obviously in decline. I really think we've only got 2 or 3 weeks, maybe. Anyway, onwards. There's chat. It is now Paranormal Universe. Is that your program that you're watching, Jasper? Help young Michael. You know that Michael's not my real name, right? The Delta Mike thing throws a lot of people off. Hi, Mike and Tina. Good evening. How are you? This is Hannah. Hello, Hannah. And thank you for the donation a few days ago, whenever that was. Hi, Mike and Tina. Good evening. How are you and Tina doing? I think I just answered that. I think you were here. We're both in terminal decline, but a little bit of hyperbole on my part, for speaking on my behalf, not so much on her ladyship's. Still love her a bit. She's still herself. She's still as playful when we're on the, when we're laying down or when we sat together. Not so much when we sat like this. A, she's slightly behind me, and B, she can't move around so much. On the bed, I can tell when she's trying to move, and I can try and intuit what she wants or needs. If I know she needs something, I'll ask if it's water, and sometimes her ears will kind of prick up and she'll turn around and, okay, you probably want water. And now I'm bringing the water to her. I'm not taking her off the bed to the water. I'm bringing the water to her. Sometimes she doesn't respond, and I'm not sure. So is it water and she's just not letting me know? Does she want something else? Does she need... She does sometimes still try and signal to me when she needs walkies, when it's a bodily function thing, which surprises me, because we had about a month where she had no clue what was going on. She did. It just happened, and it was surprising her. So now it's a game of trying to intuit what sometimes she just wants to move and reposition on the bed. She likes to have her head down at the bottom of the bed because that's near the door. There's a cross breeze from one door to the other, and you get a bit of that on the bottom edge of the bed. But also I've got the fan blowing from the... It's about a metre away from the bed, but blowing across it. It won't stand up on its own, so it has to lean against the chair in the living room. I'm talking about bedrooms and living rooms, and it's a tent with a big old electric fan. Oh, I should update everyone on the Temu order. I haven't put it in yet. So I selected some items and added them to my cart, and then I went in the shopping cart, and because of how Temu doesn't have like a proper wish list function, I just had like about 300 euros of items in the shopping cart. So then I had to weed through them, and I had multiple items in a specific category. So those so-called swamp coolers, those fans that blow a bit of water and that blow over cold water, I had 2 or 3. So it's about selecting which one and trying to whittle it down, and I've got it down now. I've got it down to 75 euros, but I only want to spend 50-ish, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more, depending on the items that I select. So I'm at the final stage of shortlisting. I should have done it days ago. I should have, but I didn't. Again, the fugue, the lull, you could call it a depression if you want. I'd rather you didn't, because there's no medical diagnosis. I also just don't like the connotations that go with it. I think if you're forced into this lifestyle, you're going to have your ups and downs, though. Like when shit breaks or when you can't find things. Here's a worse one. When you look in a bag and you find some really, really delicious food at the bottom, but it's gone off already before you got to it. Because in 1 week, you got 7 bags of food delivered by 3 or 4 different people all at once. Yeah, I don't know what to say without not offending. That's not the right thing. I don't like throwing away food myself. Like you hear statistics about 30 or 40% of all food ever bought gets thrown in the bin. I hate that idea. I've never been one for throwing food away. if at all avoidable, but even making steps to make it, you know, to get through it, look through what you've got and go through eat the stuff that's going to go off. I tried to do that. 7 bags of food and a freezer full, a camping freezer full of stuff. Kind of embarrassed that I've ended up throwing stuff away. I'm embarrassed when suddenly I've got a fucking swarm of flies. Open the doors in the morning, and I'm in a field, so there's going to be some flies. But when you find a fucking swarm of them, it means that something's gone off, and then the hunt starts. I can smell distinctly in there that some potatoes have gone off in there. But I've got 3 or 4 different batches in different places. And then you've got to pick them up and start, and then your thumb goes through one. And if you've ever smelt that horribleness when you put your thumb through a rotten potato. So I've hesitated to even go searching. Part of it's not, I read an article on it. Well, I read a scientific paper on this actually, but we won't go into me and reading science papers. It's a non-scientific phenomenon that it's not laziness. You get kind of psychologically overwhelmed when you've got too much going on, and so you sit there and do nothing, or you sit there and you do the absolute minimum. And that's where I've been the last few days, maybe the last week. It's all part of the ups and downs, folks. In a few days I'll have an up and I'll storm through it and I'll sort through all those bags of food and I'll throw out what needs throwing out. And then maybe at some point, it's still too warm. I would say it was still too warm to cook food. 27, 26, whatever it might be. Maybe in another couple of hours. Maybe I come out and put the frying pan on, or the chip, you know, I haven't got a chip pan, but fill the frying pan with oil. Cook some chips at 3 o'clock in the morning or something. Don't think I've got strong enough floodlights for that, but it's the only time that I would be able to cook some food and eat. I've got sausages, eggs, bacon. I've still got some cabbage and some cauliflower from Christ knows when. I did a fry it once, didn't I? Well, I did what, a month, maybe 2 months ago, before it got stupid hot. I cooked a breakfast well, it wasn't really a breakfast, it was a late breakfast, like a brunch, that included, I think I did fried cabbage, like roast cabbage and cauliflower. Did I do both or just one? I might have only done, I took a quarter of a cabbage and put it on well, the aim was to put it on a dry frying pan, but I'd already cooked some other things, so it fried rather than charred. But hey, I should do something like that. I've got to get some food in me at some point. But you've been in the UK, you know what it's like. You've just come through you've had your second heat wave. It's just broken, yeah? I think it's broken. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm watching videos of people and that they're saying things and I don't know when they recorded it. So when they're saying, hey, it's 2 days after the heat wave ended, I don't know if that's now or if that's when the last heat wave ended. Maybe this one's still ongoing. I haven't looked. I don't follow UK weather that closely. It's always interesting when your weather is hotter than my weather. That's always interesting. Especially when they were talking about like 35 and 40 degrees. We get 40 degrees maybe 2 days a year here in this part of Spain. It's not that's an extreme, that's a heat wave in Spain. We have our normal heat, 30 degrees, maybe just under, maybe just over, and then a heat wave, 35, 37, and sometimes might touch 40. But it's interesting when the UK is hotter than here in Spain. I picked up the wrong cup of coffee there. This is cold coffee. What I should have done, I was an idiot. So I put my sugar and coffee granules, my instant coffee, in the cups, and then I reached for a bottle of water out here, and I started pouring it and realised that the water was kind of tepid. It's been outside in 30-degree heat all day, 28, 30, 29, 30, whatever it's been. I've got bottles of cold water, bottles of water in the fridge stroke freezer. I could have made an actual, like an iced coffee, not literally iced. I haven't been able to make ice in the freezer. I haven't really tried properly. I did have one bottle of water that kind of semi-froze. I had some beers. I had a beer once that had become like a slush puppy. So I guess it is capable of freezing. In these temperatures, I'm struggling to get it down to -3. So the compressor and what have you on it has limits, and inside the tent being so hot, because inside the tent I must dig out a thermometer. I broke the physical thermometer I've got. I do have like a survival whistle that's got a compass and silly little thermometer on, but better still, I've got a clock that has electric, needs 2 batteries, which I think I've got laying around somewhere, which are going to be probably part of the Temu order. I have misplaced, these batteries I've got where you plug them directly in on a USB-C cable. I've misplaced some. Oh, speaking of which, can I show you? You won't be able to see. So the EcoFlow that I'm using, when I bought it, I was told it had a dodgy USB-C port, but I figured no problem. It's got the cigarette lighter, the 12-volt output, and you can get the car adapter things that go in and give you USB out. I've been walking around with one in my pocket for about 2 months, and I took it out today to put. It's rusted. The positive nipple, the positive bit on the end, the positive metal is rusted to hell. The negative on the side rusted to hell, and in all likelihood, the USB ports will be rusted to hell. It's damp in my pockets, folks. It's rusted from my man sweat. I said, my trousers, right? Could I show you this? Dare I show you this? How embarrassed would I be to show you this? Oh, and in a minute I will also show you my co-star, but we'll put the lamp on. Can you see the state of the that's wet. My thigh, you see, there's a dry bit, look at the end. I don't know how, but look at all that. Anyway, as promised, how have you got that far backwards? What have you done? You were here drinking water. Let me bring my glamorous coaster a little bit forward. Come here, babe. Just a little bit forwards, just so that Daddy can reach you. You going to say hello to the peoples? Hannah was asking after you. Tina? Hannah was asking. Say hello. Tina, go. Come on. You've got to talk to the peoples. This is how we earn our pennies. This is how we get our donations. By pimping out my dog. No, she doesn't want to talk. She doesn't like the bright light, folks. She doesn't like the bright light. Back to me, I guess. And I will go back to chat. I've waffled on long enough. I think I'm going to knock this up. Do you know what the problem might be? This might not be fully charged, this lamp. I did plug the USB port. Ah! What the fuck? I've just been hit by something. A flying in. Probably one of those little green beetle things. Those leaf beetles. That is plugged in at that end. Let me find the middle one on the octopus cable. USB-C here roughly, and I'll give it a few minutes and see if it gets any brighter. Why is that the only hold on, my tablet is supposed to be charging and I've not got any. Okay, yeah, because the adapter for the 12-volt, the cigarette lighter port, I never know what to. I've heard terms like car distribution port or what? It's a cigarette lighter port. It even came with the EcoFlow didn't, but I bought one, and it even came with a cigarette lighter. Where am I? Oh, because the cigarette lighter thing the adapter that I put in at the 12-volt port didn't work. I've had to revert to the USB-C port. It only has one, and that is iffy. I said when I bought it, I knew it was iffy, but I figured I could use one of these. I've got another couple somewhere spare, but from the last Temu order, I don't know if you watched that video. I don't even think I did a separate video. I think I did it just during a live stream. I should really have made it an unboxing video, like Big Clive Live does. Oh, excuse me. I'm scrolling. There was Hannah arriving. Hope I answered your question, Hannah, and I hope it's not too disappointing news. But Tina is in a death spiral. Gary says we have hell going on here in South Africa. Yeah, you've got a group of, shall we call them vigilantes? What's that film in Europe, Citizen something or other? It's basically it's an update of Death Wish. You got a group in South Africa saying, all of you fucking unregistered illegals from Nigeria and a couple of other countries, fuck off out of the country now or else. And basically they're threatening serious violence. So you'll have the police and the government not wanting these threats. You'll have the public wanting people out, and you've got the movement of people. And is that what you're talking about? You'll also have your power cycling, or whatever that's called, where you turn the power off for 3 hours for everybody every day. Tell me what's the hell in South Africa? You probably said it already. Jasper, I say because rich people in episode kept being so snooty and poor folk told them not to enter the rooms. They even said ghosts, but ignorant karma came. It's always good, isn't it, when you see uppity people getting what for? Oh, let's do this. She probably wouldn't appreciate an oik like me, but Penelope Keith, R.I.P. British actress. The Good Life was a notable one, but To the Manor Born was probably her biggest, because she was in The Good Life, she's a side character. They were the neighbours. But in To the Manor Born, she was the main character. Along with Peter Bowles. I guess he was second. But great actress, lovely TV programs and stuff, and she died in the last couple of days. Not sure when exactly, but always sad. Like when you're watching your childhood, or the people from your childhood pass, and that tells you that, okay, the clock's counting. I've now got 25 years or less, however long a generation is. Gary, a little tipsy, yes, but double pane glass. Oh, double glazing. UK Richard, a woman I work with complimented me on losing weight. I had just bought some bigger t-shirts. Oh, your clothes look loose on you. Congratulations on losing the... Yeah, I get that. Okay, Jasper again. It's heat, Mike. It affects balance. I got balance problems, appetite problems, and sleep problems. I drink enough. I'm waiting for checks from for your brain stuff. In February, I had concussion. I remember. Your hands are still bad. You had to get somebody else to shear the sheep, Jasper. Guys, check out Jasper's channel. He owns a bunch of male sheep. He explained the other day why only males, and basically he didn't like the fact that other people would just, when you've got a herd of sheep, 50% of the ones born are going to be male, but you only keep one or two. You only keep a small percentage, because one male will, will what's the word they use? Not process, but I can't remember the word, but one male will take care of all the females. So you send all of the males off for that's the lamb that you eat when you eat your lamb shoulder and what have you. It's the males. Yeah, Jasper didn't like that, so he bought some that other people were going to have butchered, slaughtered. So that's why he has males. But he also reviews chocolate bars and you know, I don't know, packets of, I don't know whether there's packets of, I've seen him sweets and snacks, you know, ice creams and lollipops and things. I can summarize his reviews now. Sometimes he'll talk about the creaminess or the, you know, or the flavour, but mainly it's. Check out Jasper's channel. If you type youtube.com/ and then the @ symbol and then his name, Jasper Edwards 2713. I think that will take you to his channel, or you can just type Jasper Edwards into the YouTube search bar. Go give him a subscribe and watch a few videos. And like, he hasn't learned to edit videos, so it's all one take and the camera wobbles where the camera wobbles, and you know, it's rough and ready, but it is what it is, and it's all right. I recommend it. Go watch my mate Jasper. Noodles 00, but yeah, okay. Let me just. I drink enough. I'm waiting for chat. Yeah, I read that part. You probably sleep less from all night live streaming. That did throw me. What day? That was the Sunday night one. I think I didn't go live again until, was it Tuesday or Wednesday? That did knock me. I did. No, which was the one that I did 11 hours, 11 and a half hours by accident? That could well have been after the raid. That could well have been after the raid. Because I started an hour early as well, didn't I? And I stayed on until it got light. In fact, not just got light, I stayed on until there was sun on my solar panels, and I had to double check the EcoFlow and stuff. And then I had to try and sleep through the heat of the day. Yeah, that did throw me. That threw my sleep pattern out. I don't have a great sleep pattern as it is. When it's not middle of summer, I will have a nap in an afternoon. That is really difficult. Or early evening. Like before live streaming, I used to like to have an hour and a half nap. And then it was light until 10 o'clock tonight. When I started, it was still passably light. I could still see around. It wasn't exactly daylight, but you know, that dusk kind of after sunset, but still dusk. How do I get to sleep at 7 o'clock in the evening? I like to I have a routine on, it's usually Fridays and Sundays, but I occasionally do a Tuesday. I occasionally do other random times. But I've got sun on the solar panels still at 7 in the evening. I'm still managing the EcoFlows. I've still got to bring solar panels around, move stuff around, set it up ready for tomorrow morning. How do I sleep when it's daylight? Not just daylight, but sunny. The sun's supposed to set at 9:30. Or it's probably a little bit before now because we swing back the other way. It's about 9 days ago, is it? The solstice, 21st versus 30th. Yeah, 9 days ago. So what's this? This is Tuesday. So it was a Sunday. So that was the stream that Don Benitez, parasocial, not paranormal, parasocial with Don Benitez. Give him a look. It's kind of, you probably won't sit and watch like 5 hours of it, but you go in and loads of people are just typing stupid questions. What's your favourite film? What's this? What's that? Are you gay? No, but are you really gay? Does your mum know you're gay? Does your dad? And it's just no, yeah, no, yeah. Imagine trying to start that channel and you do your first stream and there's like 3 people watching. And that's it, it's over, you can't keep it going. How do you build up to the point? He's got so many people asking so many questions that when you ask a question, he's only looking at like the 10 latest, and you've got like a 1 in 10 chance that your question's even going to get answered or noticed. It's an interesting concept. It's a little bit brain dead, but it's kind of weirdly entertaining because of how monotone he is. He's like deliberately being unresponsive. Very occasionally he breaks character and you just get a little smile. But he doesn't like burst out laughing. But give him a look. I will post a link in the comments after we finish here. So when you know, if ever you come back and watch this channel, watch this stream, he's actually he's marked as a permanent friend of the channel in the description. So you can go in the description of any of my videos from after the solstice. So any of the recent live streams and what have you. And it should be in the videos as well once I get all the files edited. It might not be linked in this one actually, because I had to take the file from another device. They're not quite synchronized. That's a point. That's a job I have to do. I'll put that on my to-do list for tomorrow. Scrolling, folks, let me catch up. I am way behind as usual. So Jasper forced himself to eat a pot noodle. No, paranormal, you couldn't see chat. Smithy, hello. How you doing? Hurland footballer, is he Norwegian? Looks like Jar Jar Binks, I think. Okay, I don't know. Try imagine no internet, just daydreaming. Mate, I went 5 months, not just with no internet, with no phone, no tablet, no lights. Everything was wiped out. Everything I owned was gone, ruined, broken, almost everything. And man, I've said it before, I almost topped myself. It was the hardest 5 months of my life. From about 2 months after being made homeless. So at the beginning I had my phone, I had a Kindle Fire, the tablet. I had an actual Kindle, the book reader, loaded with books. That all got ruined. I had power banks, those got ruined. I had lights, those got ruined. 5 months with nothing. When it got dark, and that was it until it got light. And this was winter, so it got dark, 5:45, 6 o'clock, and it didn't get light until 8, maybe a little later. The longest, loneliest time of my life. And for 3 months of it, I didn't have a tent, so I was laying on the floor here just looking up at the stars. That's when I met my friend Orion. Sounds crazy, so I'm not going to go through that again. Scrolling. I eat so little because of my hand and damn humid weather. Yeah, well, the humid weather's a big factor for a lot of people. Yeah. Start to cool down now, Mike, says Smithy. Remind me where you are, Smithy. Is it the UK? Is it Ireland? I struggle sometimes to remember where everybody is. I can't eat. I mean, humid weather. Yeah, I know what you mean. Ice chocolate, more cocoa effect. Okay. Temu order mini handheld sewing machine. I've looked at those. The problem is like if you're thinking about like for the tent or whatever, the plastic's so frangible. You touch it and it's flaking. In another month it'll just be blowing away in the wind, like the tarps are. I'm gonna have to take these tarps off. They're blowing away and filling the field with plastic. I'm gonna have to gather it all up, take it all off, And then I've got to get this, my final tarp, my last tarp I have to dig out and put over. And then we reassess whether I need to update my timeline for when to put the new tent up. And for all that entails. Emptying the tent is the longest job. Emptying it and sorting through everything while I'm emptying it. Keeping it dry while I do it. Because it's a 3-day job. The last time it was a 3-day job to empty it. And it was a 3-day job to bring it back in. And 15 months later, some of it's still out there in the field, just in case I need it. Let me just double check. That was 22:45. That's 15. That's 20 minutes ago. Let me check whether chat's gone. Chat gone? Yeah, look. Chat jammed up on me again. I got to scroll back. There's Jack attacked. Hello, Jack. I'm scrolling back. Service. That is indeed the word. I was watching Clarkson's Farm. I had to wait a while. I know it came out a week or two ago. I was having to wait for people to torrent it. Some people will release a 1-hour video and it'll be 30 gigabytes. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I have to wait until someone posts one that's like 300 or 400 megabytes. It's not even one, it's a fraction of a gigabyte. 30 gigabytes for 1 hour of, 45 minutes of telly. What are you doing? Conserve bandwidth. I still watch stuff at 144p sometimes. I'm scrolling back until I find where I was. Like I said, here we are. Ice chocolate, more cocoa effect. There was Jasper. Thermo order, the mini sewing machine. I don't have too much use for one. I imagine you're talking about repairing tents. These plastic ones, what would it take for me to be able to stitch them? You'd have to get a good seal with some duct tape, preferably on the inside of the tent and on the outside, on both sides of a break, then pull them to overlap, and then stitch through the duct tape. But the rest of the plastic would have pulled apart, if that's where you're going with it. I see these handheld sewing machines, and I wonder. I always used to wonder just how a sewing machine worked. It sounds ridiculous, but hear me out. You've got fabric, you've got a needle going in and out, but it's coming back out at the same hole it went in at. How does that make a fucking stitch? And now I know, because I watched a guy doing some leather work. You push down, and as you pull up, it leaves like a loop of fabric, and then some more fabric goes through on the underside. It's like there's two things going on. It's like you've got two needles. You've got one going up and down, and you've got one that goes across and through. Something like that. And I was watching a guy do it manually, because leather. But as a kid, my mum had sewing machines, and it intrigued us. I could not work out, how does that needle can't go through the fabric and then pull it. When you stitch, you're doing that, or some version of that. You might loop backwards a couple of times and then move forward, but you don't get to put the needle through and go across and then come back up when it's a sewing machine. Some people never thought about this. It used to drive me crazy. I couldn't work it out. I never asked. I guess that my mum might not have even been able to tell me the answer. I've no idea. Sometimes people just use machines and don't know. How have you got back there? You can't move. It's a little wriggler. Folks, I'm sat too far away from the camera. Getting a bad back. I just had to check she wasn't under my chair before I did the wriggle. And she's further back than she should be. When I need her to move, she can't fucking move. Disabled dog. For anyone, we got any newbies in? Let me do the channel intro for anyone who's watching thinking, what the fuck am I watching? You're watching a tramp in a field. Hence the name TrampCast. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. I am Delta Mike. I am down and out, homeless, a tramp, a hobo, loads of other synonyms that I sometimes say, but I'm going to skip. In Torrevieja, that's a city in Spain. I'm an Englishman, trapped in Spain by circumstances. My bank say I'm not me, and so in order to protect my money, they won't give me my money. They say I have to go into my branch in the UK to get my money, and to prove my ID. The Spanish police say, no son, you're not leaving the country. There's the trapped by circumstances thing. So that's what you're watching. You're watching TrampCast from the channel Delta Mike, TrampCast Hangout. Used to do a program called TrampCast where I detailed 7 days in the life of, but now it's just a more relaxed, it's you and me chatting. You ask questions, I answer. If you're new here, do all of the likes and the subscribes and all of that stuff. If you're not new here, if you're subscribed, why have you not hit the fucking like button? There's 17 of you here and there's only 7 likes. We're over an hour in. Come on, folks. I've got to hit 20. What did I hit the other day? 150 or something. That was a bit different. Cheers, folks. Cold coffee this time. For now, I'm two-fisted drinking. I've got 2 cups of cold coffee. Oh, it's got a moth in it. Have a look. Just for fun. Oh yeah, you can see that without me putting the light on. I'll have to dig that out. Oh, it might even still be alive. It's moving. Let me see if I can rescue him. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, little fella. Hold on. Bear with me. No, come on. Don't run away. Don't run away. Come on, I'm trying to get you out. And, well, you flopped on the floor. Maybe you'll have a chance to dry out. I don't know. Maybe I've killed it. Maybe he gets a chance to dry out. Let me just check on my EcoFlow and see whether things are still charging. 7 watts out is probably the tablet charging. What am I for power on the phone? I might need to swap. Okay, I'm doing well. 73%. We've only lost a quarter of the power of the phone in 1 hour. Live streaming, folks. Cameras plus high bandwidth internet. Let's have a scroll. Keith, Sign of Nature, hello sir. When a wave of fear stroke reality realization overcome you, it's draining and peace is a recharge. So rest, my friend. I try to, my friend, I try to. I just don't like it when I've got things that I know I should do and I put them off and put... What would be... Okay, I've got a cool box in there. So as well as my fridge, I was trying to keep... each day I was trying to chill 3 bottles of water and put them and keep things in the cool box cool so they didn't go off. I haven't looked in it for about a week and a half. I know I've got to bring it outside. There's going to be a load of stuff that's gone bad. There's going to be a load of stuff that's like well wrapped, it's sealed. For example, I've got 2 sweet corn things. They're sealed, so they're going to be fine. They're going to be a bit slimy on the outside, whatever putrefaction or putrefaction from other stuff. But I've got to bring it out. It'll take like 2 minutes to swill out the box with water, bring things out and put them in a bowl of water and give them a quick rinse. And the stuff that survives, survives, and the stuff that doesn't goes. It's a 5 or 10 minute job. But I've put it off for days and days and days. Again, it's food going off. I hate that. Which is part of what gnaws away at you. And that's part of the psychological overload. But you can find yourself putting something off for a week, and then you do it, and you feel so relieved, and it took 10 or 20 minutes. It's pathetic. I know myself, it sounds pathetic. I can't do anything about it. And then I'll hit a spell where I'll start doing these, I'll make a to-do list and I'll start knocking off these jobs. And then you feel great. And you think, why didn't I do this a fucking week ago? Not only would it not have been as bad, but you wouldn't have felt as bad stalling for that all that week, sat there saying to yourself, you're a fucking idiot, get up and get on with it. Get up and get on with it. What are you? You don't look right. It looked like a moth, but it had a proboscis. Looked like it was going to come and drink my blood. It's a vampire moth. Scrolling again, folks. Oh, and look, as if by magic, Jasper says horseflies. My tablet can't use no more. I won't. No, I won't, was it? I'm scrolling back. I hate it when it jumps. Okay, the Citizen film's more like Death Wish than, more like Magnum Force than Death Wish. Okay, I'm scrolling back. What is it called? Citizen something or other. It's not Citizen Smith. I'm scrolling back. Horseflies, here I am. My tablet can't use no more. It won't accept my pass. Oh, you can't use it no more. It won't accept your password. You can do a factory reset. Let me think. On most tablets, you hold the power button and it's either the up or the down on the volume at the same time, and it brings up a menu, and then you can factory reset and start again from scratch. Create new passwords, install, but it will blank everything on the tablet. So if you've got photos or stuff like that, it's difficult. Gary, I work in private security, so we've been patrolling non-stop the past 72 hours. The Zulus just want the foreigners out. Xenophobia. Is it actual xenophobia, or is there a how would you put it? Do the foreigners present an actual more of a risk than other folk? More of a crime wave? Not sure. Like we've got in Europe, that what is it? Afghanis are 50 times more likely to be rapists than other folk. Is that xenophobia if you want them gone? It's a fear of foreigners, certainly, but is it like xenophobia is an irrational fear of foreigners, fear or dislike? Is it irrational? There was the one from Jasper, Citizen, not like Death Wish, more like Magnum Force. I'm going to watch it tomorrow. Jasper salutes Penelope Keith, as did I, yeah. Hand not better, okay, mate. Sorry to hear that. Is there a timeline? Was it RSI? It was one at carpal tunnel, one of those kind of things. Have you had an operation, or are you waiting for an operation? Remind me. One ram will service. Service was the word I was struggling for. One ram will service a whole flock. Like I said, I was watching Clarkson's farm, and they let 2 young rams go and have a go at the herd. I don't know how to edit, says Jasper. Learn. I told you an app to download. What's the one I use? YouCut. YOU, as in YouTube, but YouCut. And you make 3 or 4 separate kind of shots, separate clips, and you say make new video, and it shows you a list of your recent clips, and you add them, starting with the oldest one that you want, and you click that, and then you click next, and it just puts all 4 together. And then to edit, you put your finger. There's a timeline along the bottom, like a scrub line. You put your finger and you say cut there, and then you go after the bit you want to get rid of, and you do the same and say cut there. And so now you've cut your clip into 3, and you click the middle one and you say delete, and now you've joined. You've cut out the bit in the middle that you didn't want. It's easy. I should make a video of how to make videos. I make video what I'm talking about, then thumbnail is maybe picture of something not to do with video. Oh, don't let YouTube make the thumbnail. You can make your own thumbnails. Take a screen grab of your own video. So one way to do it, play the video back through something like VLC. Put VLC on your phone or tablet or whatever you're using. Play your own video back, freeze at a point that you'd like to be the thumbnail, and then there's a button. You just make screen grab, make screenshot, you know, basically take a picture of my screen. And it extracts that single frame from your thing. And then you could put that into like an image editor and add some text on it. And you could put some words about your video on the thumbnail. I make video picture what I'm talking, you know, thumbnail doesn't match. Don't let YouTube just pick it. Oh, there you go, Jack Attack, thank you. A link to Parasocial with Don Benitez. I don't know if he's like, he goes live at all sorts of random times. I thought it would have been a fixed thing somewhere around midnight my time, but it wasn't. He's all over the place. Oh. My house feels like wood burner that's gone out, but the heat won't go away. Yeah. Yeah. Jasper, okay. UK Richie subscribed to Jasper's channel. Hope you don't mind. Of course he didn't mind. So hot in night I could walk around in my undies. Mate, I haven't even got any undies on. I've got a pair of shorts that are thicker than I like, and I'm still topless to this right now. I haven't got any socks or anything. I've put the shoes on because I walk around this field sometimes through the day. There are these little circular kind of seed things from the weeds with very sharp spines on them that keep sticking in my feet. And I found the other day, I keep pulling, sometimes you just walk over them and they hurt a bit and you walk off. But sometimes I have to pick them out. I found the other day I've got 3 or 4 of these tiny little spines embedded in my feet. And they're not really above the skin. I can feel that they're there, but even with tweezers I can't get them. Suggestions, anybody? How do you draw, if you've got, it's like a little splinter, but it's right at the surface. You can feel it's there, but you can't grab it. How do you make the skin recede? I guess you would say something like an ice cube or something. Rubbing alcohol, I don't know, would go cold, the skin might shrink, then maybe you could grab the thing. But I haven't got any of that. Hand sanitizer, maybe. Oh, there's an idea. I just gave myself some advice. Anybody else get any better at soak your feet in water? Let them go all shriveled and shrinky? You know how they do. I haven't got enough water to spare for that. Maybe. Especially now I don't have the small bowl, only the big bowl. But I lay on the bed. I haven't been in bed. It's got to be over 2 months now. It's got to be over 2 months. Me and Tina are just on top of the bed. Occasionally, I think I said this the other day, occasionally at like 6 or 7 in the morning, might just get that, not cold, but just the wrong side of comfortable, and I'll just pull a single layer blanket over me, and I'll put it over her if she hasn't made a mess. George, hello, I'm in Spain now. I will pop down to see you. Do you want fish and chips or kebab? Depends what day you're doing it, mate. Friday would be fish and chips, if that's all right. Any other day I'd go kebab. It's up to you. How long are you here for? And do I have your contact details? I've got a contact on WhatsApp that I must have forgot to name, and so I've got no idea. So I'm not sure. I don't know whether we've got each other's phone contact details, but my email's published, and it is literally just Delta Mike Torrevieja at gmail.com. Drop me an email. And I think Scotty, have you watched any World Cup highlights? Bloody pantomime. I watched one game. So I loaded the RTV, well, I went to load the RTVE app, which is, for anyone who doesn't know, that's the Spanish radio and television. It's their BBC. It's their official, government-backed channel. I loaded that and I watched one game live, and then I watched the highlights of another. I went to watch the England game and it wasn't on. I couldn't find it anywhere. So I haven't got like a shed load of Spanish TV apps because I haven't bothered with Spanish TV. I used to watch it when I have got a TV, but when I had an apartment and we had a TV and an aerial, an antenna, I used to watch Spanish TV because you just click the button and switch the audio on most programs. If you're watching an English or an American program, they dub them into Spanish, and then you can switch the soundtrack and listen to it in the original, the English stroke American. I haven't, since being homeless, I haven't bothered with the Spanish TV apps. Apparently I'd loaded one on ages ago just in case, but only that main one. And there's a lot of different channels, and I don't know where the World Cup football would be. I don't know whether it's behind a paywall. I don't know whether it was just on a channel that I didn't have the app for, but I couldn't find. I could have gone like, sailing the high seas, but a lot of those channels will try and hack you, and I haven't got much in the way of protection on my phone. If I was on my PC, I probably would have had some of the blockers and the antiviruses and things, but I don't load my phone up with any of that crud. So no, I haven't seen any of the football after the it was Netherlands versus, was it Norway? Sweden, maybe. One of the Scandies, wasn't it? I saw a couple of other highlight things, but no, I haven't seen much of it. I don't know what's happening. I didn't even know the knockout stage had started, and Karen was talking with me yesterday and telling me about the penalty. She was talking with me while the penalties were being taken. Germany against some South American, was it Panama or Bolivia, or no, it wasn't Bolivia. Paraguay, maybe. Pick up a Paraguay. Bloody pantomime. Read those papers, Mr. Procrastination. Yeah, do you know, I'm at the point now where I'm figuring they can't be that bad, can they? If no one's come to enforce anything, how bad could it be? Jasper just saw lightning. Where you are or where I am, we often get lightning out over the sea. I haven't seen any, so maybe it's where you are. Tendonitis on your hands. Had a mate who had really bad tendon stuff with his hand, and his hand ended up in like this claw, and they had to go in. Do you know how they extend the tendons? You cut like a Z-shaped cut through them. You go in at one end, you go down the middle, and you come out at the other, and then you slide the two pieces apart and seal them up, stitch it together there, so you extend the tendon, so then he could get use of his hand again. I don't know if that is like a really severe tendonitis, but his hand, it ended up balled up like a fist, and they had to extend the tendons in the way that I just explained. Sounds grim. Movement in the field. Tina girl, you're nowhere near your water. Do you want a drink? I don't know why she's gone back there. I don't get it. You're behind me. Can I not move my fucking chair back? Oh, I've got maybe a foot. I've got maybe a foot to play with. Are you alright, sweets? I can't stroke you. Daddy wants to pat his girl. Pat the dog, like Peter and Jane did. No, she's run away from me, folks. That's not a good sign, is it? She must have heard me saying she's only got 2 or 3 weeks left in her. Scrolling on. We're not going to go there. Take things into their own hands. They throw car tires. Oh, there's a name for that, isn't there? Wasn't it? It's a neck. Is that the necktie, or was that the one where they slice the throat open and wrap the tongue around? That was a mafia cartel, South American thing at one point. Citizen Vigilante, that is indeed the name that I was trying to remember. How many of you have seen it? I think it got banned in some places, so X, Twitter, I think that's the only place you can see it. It's probably torrentable. I should have looked at that. I've got the Death Wish films. I wanna revisit them. I've been saying for a while. I'm surprised we haven't seen Paul Kersey. That's a character out of Death Wish. I'm surprised we haven't seen any of that kind of vigilantism going on. And then someone told me a while ago, it's happening. You're just not hearing about it. You know how the media are. Live chat, all messages. I believe I'm on that, but thank you for telling everyone else. My chat does freeze up every now and again. I stop getting updates. I sit here thinking no one's talking to me, and then I find out that I'm half an hour behind. Splinter came out dipping Quark. Splinter come out. What's Quark? 3 quarks for Master Mark. There's a. It's a literary reference, but also science reference. When scientists first discovered quarks, and they found 3 of them. I think they found more now. Soaking your feet in soapy water is a luxury you should indulge in if you can. Always good to look after your feet. I should just stop walking around the field in bare feet. You know, you get up, you've moved the solar panel the other side of the field, you've stood it up, you've taken the EcoFlow there, you've plugged it in, you've checked it's all working, you get back inside the tent, you check on the app on the phone, and it's receiving 0 watts. And you think, what the fuck? One of them's getting a dodgy, I don't know if it's a dodgy cable or a dodgy connection, or sometimes the panel just blows over face down on the ground. These flexible panels are very lightweight. Another reason that they should come with instructions to secure them to a wooden backing. They should be secured somewhere somehow. Not like me. Mine, I got 55 watts out of one of my 100-watt panels today. I'm in Spain in glorious sunshine, clear blue sky. Peak power is 55 on one and about 45 on the other. Because I've naively broken them. Walking around, moving them around, flapping them around. How long have I had them? 3 months, 4 months? The other one lasted 2 fucking years. Don't know, folks. I should look after my feet. When I was living in the park, I made a point every night of a bit of foot care. Take a flannel and some soapy water and just wash your feet and wash between your toes. And I rarely do anything like that now. About once a month, I'll have a full stand-up wash. You know, full like a bed bath. You know. It's okay, Tina. I can hear it as well. It's no problem. I just see funny clips of Hurland footballer. I hate sport, but boring. Only seen a few clips. And I bought Clockwork Orange in the 80s. It was a Dutch copy. Oh, I'd struggle to watch that. It was on TV one night when I was about 13 or 14. I found that hard going. I don't think I've tried watching it again since. What the fuck are you? Oh, you're flying ant or something, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Clockwork Orange. I don't know. There's a reason it was banned. Lightning here, says Jasper. Okay, it's at your end, not mine. Heard that Germany had a shock exit. Yeah, but I don't really follow football. Yeah, lost on penalties. I think it was sudden death penalties. I think they were level at the end of the normal 5. I think. And then whoever they were playing, Paraguay, I think. I think Germany went first and then missed, and then Paraguay scored. Might be the other way around. Through the normal penalties, it was Germany first and then Paraguay. Germany first, then Paraguay. If indeed it was Paraguay. Quark is fresh cheese. What? Did you just tell me to soak my feet with fresh cheese? I've never heard of quark as a cheese. Flexible panels are nowhere near as durable as rigid ones. The price reflects that. It does. I mean, I got two for the same price as the aluminium and glass one. But I just had an aluminium and glass one shatter. You know, now it was freakishly strong winds, and it had fallen over many, many times before that and not shattered. But I needed two panels as well because I now have two EcoFlows. Well, I felt I needed two. Maybe I could have just swapped one. If I'd got one proper glass one, maybe I could have just, if it's bringing in double the power, it's going to charge them twice as fast. I could have just charged one and then switched to the other, charge the other. I don't know. I'm not going to say I wasn't thinking straight, but my thinking was influenced by the fact that I just had a glass one break. It just still draw, well, it did still draw power when it was last connected up. Now I just use it as the stand for the other two to lean against all day. It's not exactly all day. At this time of year, it gets to 11 o'clock in the morning, I lay them flat on the floor. The sun's kind of directly overhead from like 11 until 3, 4, 4. Solar noon here is 2 p.m. because we're ahead of where we should be, time-wise. That was UK Richie with the flexible panels comment. How is the weather? Is extreme government wants it? How is the weather? Extreme government wants us go green, but won't drop the prices. Oh yeah, I saw your rant about lithium batteries. They want us to go green, but the prices. I don't think the government really affect prices like of stuff like that. I mean, they could if they wanted to spend taxpayer money subsidising things, I guess. We don't have tariffs on these things like America have put on. I think most lithium still come from China? China or India maybe. Possibly South Africa for some. You have a lot of minerals and things over there, if I remember correctly. Uh-oh. Jack Attack steps in. A section of a UK hospital in Glasgow has been locked down following a suspected case of Ebola. I said a while ago it was going to get out. All those people off that ship that had been allowed to travel. All of that about you have to be in really close contact to get infected. And there was this couple on a plane and they managed to infect the air stewardess. What's going? They basically hinted that you basically had to. They were hinting it needed like sexual contact. You had to be so close that you were. How did that air stewardess catch it? And how many people were on that plane who might have caught it from her? Or any other planes that she had that she worked on before she was diagnosed? It's one of those ones that historically killed people. Like in the jungle, the village would die before anybody went anywhere. So it didn't spread. Historically. But more movement, more travel, more... The Ebola wasn't from me. There's lithium in Cornwall, in the tin mines, maybe. Possibly, I don't know. We've also got that thing, haven't we, where they're not allowing new mining and new drilling for oil and drilling for gas and drilling, you know, all of that. They're stamped down, clamped down on all of that. The Ebola wasn't from me, said Gary. Corona, Piers Morgan was on holiday in the red area. Corona. There have been 14 outbreaks of Ebola over the past few decades. It originates from Central Africa. It does. Places my dad used to work. Angola, Zaire, Gabon. Hold on. Which one of those? Which one? Zaire is now Congo. Yeah, Democratic Republic Congo. Used to be the Belgian Republic of Congo or something. Belgian Congo. Which one's got Kinshasa as the capital? It might be Angola. Is it? My dad worked in all those countries on the pipelines and oil. Not, I don't think he worked on the pipelines to oil refineries. I think something like that. Yeah, there've been 14 outbreaks, and the last one got pretty far. Didn't we have a nurse brought it back? Was that to the UK or was that to America? There's a nurse got it. I think she survived. What's the survival rate? 30 or 40%? If given the right treatment soon enough. So you have to catch it early enough and give the right treatment. We have, what's the word I'm looking for? Inoculations. But those have to be given before you're in the area, I think. And they might not be for this particular version. Isn't this is a rare version that's usually only animals. No, this is a rare version that spreads, or how'd it go? Zootic, that's the word. Can spread from animals to people, or from people to animals. It jumps species. No, this is that, or is it this one becomes they're all airborne, aren't they? I can't remember the details, folks, because I'm not paranoid about it and I haven't read into it too much. If governments take the right steps, it should be relatively containable. I just got worried when the air stewardess caught it. Oh, you have to be in really close contact for quite a while, so it's like husbands catch it from wives, and maybe a nurse who's looking after someone who's really badly with it and she's in close proximity, regularly. But then you've got when someone dies of it, well, when someone dies in some of these villages in Congo, DRC I'm going to call it, they want to touch the dead. It's part of their tradition to say goodbye to the dead by touching them. So you got people walking around in the spacesuits carrying the fucking coffin and not letting it hermetically sealed, fucking, and the whole tribe turn out complete with spears and everything and threaten the guys in the, I'm going to call it a spacesuit. It's a kind of a biological protection suit, whatever you want to call it. But the whole village comes out threatening them with violence and, with their machetes and spears, as certain parts of Africa still do. And they'll rip the coffin open and take the body away. They don't understand and they won't be told. They never lear, as somebody might say. Scrolling if there's anything to scroll to. Urine, coughing, vomit, yeah. Bodily fluids. Yeah, but bodily fluids can be like when you cough, aerosolized, or whatever the word is, aerosolized. But how did the, you don't have to worry about I can read past a little typo like that. I was going to say something about I read your second comment and how did the air stewardess, have we been playing at Mile High Club with the air stewardess? Is that how she caught it? Don't know. It made me wonder, because I wouldn't have thought an air stewardess is in particularly close proximity for any kind of extended period. She bends over you to put your coffee on your shelf or whatever, on your tray. That's about it, isn't it? Usually. Cops driving past. I don't know if you saw the blue. Tesla currently being carried. Okay. It jumped down and then jumped back to Jack Attack. Tests are currently being carried out to confirm whether the individual has contracted the disease. If confirmed, it would be the first case in the UK since an outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. Ebola, which it's a flu that liquidizes your body from the inside out. Your eyes and your lungs and things, intestines, liquidize. Yeah, you know. What's wrong, babe? I can't even reach you. Why don't you come here? Why don't you wriggle back to me? Is that a puddle on the floor? Oh, no, it's your legs. I saw her back leg stretched out, and then I saw this black patch. I thought maybe she'd peed, even though we've only just been for a walk before we went live. No, it was her front legs. Silly me. I'm getting paranoid. I was going to work in Congo, but too dangerous. They're pale, too dangerous. I corrected it even before you wrote it. I told you I can read past the typo. Yeah, when my dad was there, so he's the company. He was a director of the company, but not a major shareholder or anything. But get off my beer. Fuck off. I've got two. I don't know what they are. They're like big ants, but they've got the wings. Is it that time of year, flying ants? Might be. Where was I? Yeah, so he's working on these pipelines, and like I said, I don't quite know the connection. I don't know if he's just on the pipelines or if they're building the refineries. The company won't have owned the refineries; they would have been working for other people, I think. But then they just got nationalised. They just got men with guns turn up and just say, "We own this now. Fuck off out of the country." I'm gonna say something that's borderline racist now, so bear with me. But I think this is borne out by facts. Most countries in Africa cannot maintain anything. It's like when Mr. Beast, is he called? Supposedly the biggest YouTuber. Didn't he build 1,000 wells? They provided water to 1,000 villagers and taught them how to maintain basic maintenance. Dredge it a bit, do this, do that. Nothing serious. And they went back a year later and like whatever, I don't know, it was a metal lined well or whatever. It's been stripped out and sold, and they don't maintain them. And then when it's not working, they just take it apart and sell it for parts or sell it for scrap or fucking whatever. I'm pretty sure the same would have happened with oil refineries in the Congo. And did Zaire have civil wars as well? I don't remember the details. I'm going back 80s, 80s into 90s, maybe. But I think it's fair to say that in Africa, you can give them a fully working well and tell them how let's say you teach 10 people in the village how to maintain it, and you go back a year or two later and it's gone to shit again, and they're back to walk into the infected river. I'm not making that one up. This isn't racism. Francis, Jack attack. Where have you gone? Where's my mate Jack? Francis confirmed its first case of Ebola. A doctor who was returned from a humanitarian mission. Why do they not go into quarantine? So now everyone on the plane with him when he came back, or everyone at any airport, let's say that he's had to make changes, he stopped off at some airport. I don't get it. Jasper says Ebola spreads in the heat and temperature. I don't know. Mostly comes for dead bodies, to be honest. Staff not sanitising properly after leaving the morgue. In the Congo, there's a lot of voodoo where they will kidnap people and sell their organs and body parts for various benefits. Ooh, nasty. Is that still a thing? I think someone said this. It might even have been you said this a while ago. I looked on. I checked with Google's AI thing, and it said there's rumours of it, but nothing confirmed. The body parts thing, witchcraft and voodoo, and scroll too. It jumped too far back on its own. Here we go. That was your last one. In Congo, a lot of there's a lot of voodoo. They will kidnap people for body parts and various benefits and beliefs. If you want to be successful in business or politics, you need to find the left hand of a certain woman or man to give to the witch doctor. He then does his magic. It's what they believe in big time. Yeah. Mike, Google. I will Google that. Zang Beto. I can Google it now, can't I? I have a tablet over here that should be pretty well charged. Probably moving it will disconnect it from the current charge. No, it hasn't. Oh, here I go again. You all know my PIN, don't you? I better make sure that I only use that on the tablets and the phone and not on anything fucking serious. If I'm going to sit here reading out my PIN, dickhead. Was it Zang Beto from memory? Z. Did you hear me? I've gone American. I do spend so much time translating between English and American. I've got Spirit Debunked, Dance and Masquerade. Zangbeto Revealed, maybe. We got to get the myth and then get it debunked. Traditional Vodun, guardians of the night amongst the Ogo people of Benin, Togo and Nigeria. Serving as a community police force, practitioners believe the towering straw-like structures are inhabited by spirits. And then something about dancers who expertly operate in empty costumes. I've got a feeling that's not where you were going. Can I go back to just Zangbeto? What happens if I just search for Zangbeto? Let the AI do its thing. Oh, that's the same answer. I've only got dancing and something about straw. What's the word I want to go with? There's a word, isn't there, for where you make a model of a human? I think it's a Jewish word to do with making someone out of mud. Attempting to be God, and it goes bad and gets... What's the word? Oh, I'm trying to be too clever, coming up with fancy words. We'll just go with effigy. Completely covered in a house-like frame made of colour-dried palm leaves, grass or raffia. I got a feeling you were going for something more voodoo-ish. And now I've hit the wrong button. Where am I? What the fuck is AI mode? I have to type it in again. How many O's? Voodoo. Okay. It's the same thing. I'm not getting a different answer. There's just these frames covered in straw that they believe are invested with inhabited by spirits or something. And then a dance. I don't know. I assume you were going for something a bit more hardcore. Google isn't playing ball. Zangbeto. 1980s when I got Dutch video of Clockwork Orange, it was in English quality, not so good. Yeah, copies of copies, that was always... I also had Wasp Live in Lyceum. I don't know what that is. It was copied so much it was in black and white. Watching about Wicker Man, lost footage, but still they can't find it. Christopher Lee said it was cut, lots of footage lost. What was that about? I read something about that once. Still, Iwa Wuwa, one of our greatest actors, Edward Woodward. Spoiler alerts for anyone who hasn't, he's only 60 odd years old. They were going to sacrifice a virgin, and the policeman went to investigate. Turns out he was the virgin. It's a very odd thing to see. It has a spirit inside the dancers and dances by itself. Okay. Spins around like a spinning icing top, yeah. It was blocked by something. Try to find a movie called Antrim. I will add it to my list. If I get around. I did so much live stream last week. Hence why I had a bit of burnout and didn't do the weekend. Between doing 11 and a half hour streams and 6.5 hour streams and 5.5 hour streams, I felt like I'd been online all week. I can't get back and watch half of that. I will not be able to go back. In particular, the Thursday night one where I got really angry with that bloke. Imagine telling a dog owner your dog would be better off dead without you. Fuck. I got really angry. And then he told me I was bad with people, or that I had a bad attitude towards people, that I'm not a nice guy. I think I'm a lovely guy. I really like me. When I watch these streams back, I really like that guy. If I wasn't the one doing this, I'd be watching him. I did watch it anyway, but you know. I often put it on, like in an afternoon, when I've got these 4 or 6 hours of stupid heat. I'll put me on, because I've got this 3 or 4 hour stream. And I'll kind of wake up, and I've been asleep for an hour. I'll rewind it an hour to go back to the bit that I remember, and I'll play back through again. What an idiot. I had a worry the other day. I don't have much in the way of video or photos or anything of Tina. All of my Tina photography, videography, it's all stored up on YouTube. If YouTube ever pull the plug on my channel and you know, delete it, I'll have almost nothing. Yeah. See, it's not like there's much to video with her now. You know, she makes the odd appearance here on stream, but she's static. Well, I thought she was static. She was down here by my side, and now she's like a meter behind me somehow. You all right there, Tina? I think she's crawled under the umbrella into the light coming down from the parasol, sombria, whatever you want to call it. I think she's deliberately crawled into the light. When I need her to move, she can't fucking move an inch. I see Karen has arrived. Hello, Karen. Has the football finished, or are you between matches? What's going on? Most Antrim, the most haunted movie ever made. Oh, I don't do horror, really. I watched Poltergeist when I was a kid. That was scary to me. And then I think I watched it again once as an adult, and I thought, what the fuck what was I bothered about? But then you had Amityville, whatever that was called. Was it Amityville that did a second one? And it was the cleverest kind of subtitle or whatever for a film ever. Was it Amityville 2, the second story? I thought that was like the cleverest pun. Is it a pun or is it a double entendre? I guess it's a pun. It's the cleverest pun for a film about a building. The second story. I don't do much. I watched a horror film, I don't know, maybe a year ago, that someone had raved about. And there's this, I think it's a school teacher, kind of locked in the school after hours. And these ninjas just kept appearing out of nowhere and chasing and attacking. And at the end of the film, there's no explanation. There's no... I want to see that it's some ancient relic or some ancient curse, or there was just not. It just he or she would have got out of the boat, and that was it. And I'm like, that's not a story. Where's the story? What happened and why? I need an explanation. Even if the explanation is dumb, oh, they came through from another fucking realm or another, you know, oh, it's a Hell's Gate. They didn't even attempt to define. I don't do horror. It doesn't go anywhere. I don't do mob movies either. Never watched The Godfather. No interest at all. Caught clips, seen people reference things. I can't get behind the bad guy. Now a pseudo bad guy, like a bit of a wide boy who gets by, a bit of a chancer. Someone like Arthur Daly in Minder. Like that. I've not watched Breaking Bad. Same reason. The guy's a drug dealer. He's not just a drug dealer, he's the chemist that makes the drugs. I've never watched an episode. Now I know that he's doing it for good reasons. He's got family that are dying and he wants to leave them with the money to support themselves. He's a clever lad. Surely he could have come up with some other way. I don't know. Never watched it. Breaking Bad or the spin-off. Better Call Saul. I could probably watch that. That's a prequel, yeah. So he's a bit of a wide boy lawyer. I could probably, unless there's more to it, I could probably watch that. But I don't watch mobs. I can't get behind proper bad men. Karen's in between football games. Okay. Jasper's got a similar film to Antrim. I got Damned in Venice. France won, Sweden 0. Is that a final? Oh, half time. Oh, okay. It's half time. Amityville must be a German house. There's two houses similar near me. Zammy, hello. I'm going to say Fulham. There or thereabouts. Do you know what noise the Miley lady makes, Mike? It's something that is very well known in South Africa. It's like the ice cream truck, but an auntie walks around delivering Mileys. I don't know what Mileys are. Lost. Is this a real thing? Or are we still talking like horror films or something? No, Amityville, no, the other one, Poltergeist was the Indian burial ground. Wasn't it? And then they start talking to the little girl through the television set. Don't they pull her in? And then they get a medium comes along and has to try and retrieve her, come back to the light or something. Have you watched Backrooms? No, I haven't. I've heard all about it. I'm not a horror. I'm sci-fi. I need explanations for what's going on and why. Random impossible stuff happening in Star Trek, but we can reverse the polarity of the fucking whatever collector or the shields and make it all reverse the polarity of the warp bubble. It's got an explanation. I mean, it's a bullshit explanation, but I can watch that. But something just happens and then the film ends and you never really get a proper explanation. What was the one in the 80s? There's a mask and a guy on a motorbike and a sword. I watched the first one, and then there's been a whole fucking generation of spin-offs and whatever ever since, and I had no interest. I never went back. the best, right, oh, I can't remember the name of it now. You'll know it if I describe it, probably. It wasn't really horror, it was more kind of gore. It was the name of a high school. and people would just like, and they'd just like liquefy and blobify. And then I think there's a sequel, Return to Something High. Return to Something High. And I guess the original must have just been called Something High. In the 80s, horror, not kids horror, but you know, that one of those teenage, oh, Something High. I'll recognize it when I see it. Maybe Salem's Lot, the one with David Soul. It's like was it a film or was it, I think it was a little mini series, yeah, 2 or 3 episodes, 2 or 3 films together. Let me see whether I can, Newcomb High. Look at that, I didn't even need the fucking tablet. Newcomb High and Return to Newcomb High. Is that still drawing power? Does my phone need power? Give me a second, folks. Thumbs up if you haven't already. I'm on 53%, I can leave that on. I think the tablet is still drawing some power. The lamp should be, but probably isn't. Trauma. The Tomorrow People. 70s TV series or 2000s remake? In fact, 70s version, 90s version, or the American, the 2000s American remake. The one in the 90s had one of the kids off Neighbours come into it. 70s TV. Have you watched it? It's really bad. I got fond memories of it, and then I watched, I think, a single episode, and the computer's like a fucking Mr. Blobby or something. It's like a don't know about that. Let's not get dragged off into 70s TV. We've done 70s TV to death. Kids TV from the 70s and 80s. We've done those to death. Fabrizio enters the stage. I just want to thank you, Fabrizio, for the sterling work that you were putting in when we had the raid, because I didn't have the link pinned and you were putting it in repeatedly. Thank you. But does it, says Karen, does it what? Was it a Mr. Blobby or was it a lava lamp? I can't remember. I remember I watched it back and it looked really bad. If we're talking about the Tomorrow People. What was the other one? A kid in his bedroom and there was an alien in the corner of the ceiling, like Chucky? I think it was called something like Chucky. It looked like a black hole or a whirlpool or something in the corner of his bedroom. Vague recollections, folks. I've got 2 more insects in my coffee, and that's one of them out. These ones are dead. If you were here earlier, I tried to rescue a moth. Oh, that one ran up my finger. He's now dropped on the floor, so he's got a chance to. Is that a piece of scum or is that another insect? I should have put the lids on, shouldn't I? I left the lids off because they're not hot. I figured, what's the fucking point? Well, don't know. Oh, Karen's trying to rub it in with Pharma. Where are we here? Tommy Knockers. I watched. That's a Stephen King film, yeah? Here come the Tommy Knockers. I didn't get the ending. I didn't. Is that the one I talked about a few weeks ago where does the entire thing, they're sat on a plane and and they're all frightened, here come the Tommy Knockers. Was that one? Or was that another? I'd never got an maybe I fucking fell asleep, or maybe I went to the loo and missed an important bit. Never got an explanation for what the fuck a Tommy Knocker was. They're all sat there scared that these things are coming, and what things? How does everybody know about them? What is it? Why is it? That was that was another one split over 3 or 4 nights. And at the end of it, I thought, fuck, I've wasted 2 hours a night over 4 or 5 nights, and what's the fucking point? Maybe I'm just a retard. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Most horror I don't get because I need an explanation. And most of them just don't give it. What's the one with the car that chases someone around, and then at the end it goes off a cliff, it explodes, and you kind of see the devil's face in the flames? I mean, I guess at least there you get a, hey, it was a devil or a demon. It's not much of an explanation. What's it called? I do know it. I'm not going to get it. One of you guys will know. Tommy Knockers. I think that was the night for Britto. That was the night where I went on for 11.5 hours in the end. I'd started early to try and catch, I was hoping for a sunset, so I came on an hour early, like 9 o'clock my time. And I went to bed at 8:30 when there was sun on my solar panels. Well, I ended the stream when the sun was on my solar panels. Obviously, I would have needed a wind down and a chillax. I went inside, and Mr. Egg Thailand, I think, was broadcasting, I think on Kick. So I put that on and watched that for an hour while I just relax into it. The strain of being a performer, folks. What a dick. Children of Stones and Tarot. Don't know those. The O, what's the O at the end? Oh, for, yeah, okay. Yeah. It's an Italian name. O and A have significance at the end of a name. Luciano, Luciana, male and female. Got to be careful with those O endings. It was Canada, South Africa, wasn't it? Yeah. Just Google synopsis. Oh, you can usually just Google the name of a film and you'll get a synopsis and a list of cast and things, of characters. Sorry, folks. A little bit of rearranging the undercarriage. Yeah, I told them, Karen, that you watched Germany lose on penalties and give me a running commentary. Karen's watched nearly every game. That's interesting. I guess with them being like late at night, our time, I think most of them are late at night, yeah? Ooh, a little bit of heartbreaker for Germany. Goal, 2-0. Who did we say was playing? I didn't pay attention. I got to scroll back now. See where Karen arrived. She'll probably tell me again before I get there. France, Sweden. Okay. Yeah, I mean France. You'd have money on France to beat Sweden 9 times out of 10. I think the 2-0 she's talking about a goal just scored in the France-Sweden game. Oh, what are you? You're just a fly. Go away. Get off my light. And don't fall in my coffee. Let me finish my first coffee, folks. Where are we? We're over. Oh, nobody told me that we were. I need to set a fucking timer and catch the top of the hour. Just a little beep that you lot can't hear. Oh, There was something in the bottom of that one. Definitely something in the bottom of that coffee. So I'll start my second coffee. I'm about here on my beer after 2 hours, folks. That was the other one that bloke wrote. What was it? Stop sending him money to help him kill himself with beer. Interesting. How some people react. Either puritanical, maybe he's a 12-stepper, maybe he's a reformed alky, or maybe a Muslim. Excuse me. That went down wrong. Choking on that fly. Just saying, for all losing teams, seems underdogs are hungry this year. Underdogs. They say we all eat insects while sleeping. Actually, it's spiders that they say. It's mainly a myth. You hear rumours it's like 8 per year or something that you eat. It's not. Spiders will crawl over your face but avoid your mouth. Don't ask me how I know. I've woken up with them on my face. You remember, was it a month or two ago when they were all this big and they were all over my tent? I haven't seen any in weeks. Little hoppy spiders I've seen, but yeah, no, I don't know. Oh, getting a bad back, folks. I don't know why. Well, I do. I'm having to put extra effort in to support Tina. Not just carrying the back, I'm carrying the front. Well, half. I said earlier, for anyone who wasn't here, so I have the belt around Tina's waist, and like I've been doing for a year and a half or more now, maybe longer, I've been carrying the back end. We do get the strangest looks from people. They'll look at it and then disbelief and look, and then they'll just stare, watching me carrying the back end of the dog. And she's just, well, when she used to be able to just trundle along at the front. Now, I said earlier, in the morning it's kind of pitiful. I get her out of the bed, and I have to get her out of the tent quick because she's probably going to pee, and I don't want her peeing on the bed or on the floor inside the tent. She can pee right outside the door, that's fine. But I have to get her outside quick. But then her front legs aren't there. They gain strength as the day goes on, but in the morning I'm having to pull her up off the ground. She hasn't got long. It's weeks, folks. It's weeks. It's not months. It's weeks. A big part of it is, what can I do? How long can I carry on? Love it a bit when she's on the bed. I love it. Obviously, I love it a bit anyway. But hard work carrying all that weight off to one side, and she's uncertain and unsteady on her feet. She'll sway under me, and I have to jerk around to not tread on her. And then she'll go the other way, and I'm carrying all that weight even further out. And it is ragging my back about. I might have to take a painkiller tonight. I think that'll be the first one this year. I average about 3 a year, painkillers. Anyway, it's not the topic we want to be on. Spiders. I hate spiders. That time, was it Fama? I was about to end this. I was coming towards the end of the stream, and he says, when you watch this back tomorrow, don't look at that big spider behind you. And I kind of went, ah ha ha. And then I turned and fucking, and it was there. Fuck. I think it's Fama. Don't listen to people that say they crawl in your mouth and lay eggs. No, like the rumour that I hear is that they crawl in your mouth and then you swallow them. I'm not. It's on the whole, it's an urban legend. It's a myth. It's been disproven. It probably happens once in your lifetime. If you ride a bike or something, or you know, you I got that thing where one of your ears is underwater, like a pressure. That's made them both do it. That's no good. Drink a bit. No, still there in that ear, half the time. I think that's cleared it. I think that's cleared it. I do need to go and get another beer soon, though, don't I? Where are we, folks? Spiders are good, don't listen to what people say. Slim wants salad dressing, okay. Can't hate spiders. The best spiders burrow their way into your brain through your ear. That sounds like something off Star Trek Wrath of Khan. I don't know about that one, UK Richie. Is that a thing? What's the cat virus thing or whatever it is? The cat, is it a virus or is it an insect that controls your brain to make you like cats more? That's a thing. Well, just say she has a neurological disorder. Who? Karen? They kill all the disease-carrying flies and some mosquitoes. Yeah, maybe. I'll be wearing earplugs to bed. I saw dog harness trolley. I've got one. Where was it? Both legs in air, four-wheel wagon. Mine, we've taken the front wheels off. I could reattach them. She wouldn't. Oh, it doesn't have. So when I got it, it was second hand, and it didn't come with all the straps and harnesses. It's kind of been I had to learn the difference between jerry-rigged and jury-rigged. Here's one. Well, let's just go for a little tangent. Remind me when I'm finished that we were talking about doggy wheelchairs, doggy trolleys. I kept hearing people say jury-rigged, and I thought, don't be an idiot. Rigging a jury that's rigging a trial. So I typed in, I just did a check, jury-rigged versus jerry-rigged. And they're two different words, similar. So jury-rigged is a right thing for not so much cobbling something. So to jerry-rig something is an on-the-fly patch that's rough and ready. Probably going to fall apart tomorrow, kind of, but it'll do for now. You've jerry-rigged it, and it'll work for now. To jury-rig something is to make a more permanent fix. And a jury, it's something to do with a mast on a ship. It's something to do with a part of a ship, the jury deck or the jury mast. So to fix it in a decent manner. So to jury rig is to make a good fix, and to jerry rig is to make an ad hoc, patch it, it'll get us there, it'll save a life now kind of thing. I didn't know this. I was today years old. What am I, 57 and a half plus. I was 57 and a half years old when I learnt the difference between jury rig and jerry rig. And I would hazard a guess that some of you have just learnt that today too. But that's what you come here for, the education, learning from a tramp. Back to dog harness. So we had to, I'd say we jerry-rigged the doggy wheelchair. It came with the metal frame, but it didn't have the support. It had a normal dog harness, but not a harness for putting a dog in the wheelchair frame. This wonderful lady over the way, whose dad was an engineer, and she grew up with all this around her, and she had the tools and the stuff. She also had the money for the odd parts that we needed, and I didn't. But she you know, she cobbled it together so it was workable. But the thing it was never measured for Tina. It's just we got what we got given. So it's a little bit ad hoc, a little bit, you know, jerry-rigged. So even if we put the front legs up, the front stanchions with the wheels on the bottom, even if we put those on, we still couldn't get out of the field because the tiny little wheels, good wheels on the back, tiny little ones on the front, and we live in a field and on a rough track. And even if I could put her on it and then just drag her around, there'd be instabilities and uncertainties and down ramps and I don't know, folks, I don't know. I thought about getting one of those doggy stroller things. I couldn't afford one offhand. It would have been a fundraising begging thing. But at the same time, the deterioration is such that, like with the doggy wheelchair, we didn't get much use out of it. We didn't get much use out of it. A, we don't have many places to go. B, we're surrounded by big hills that we couldn't get up. Two of the directions we got up and over to Tweety's once, and I ripped my legs to bits on those. I got all those blisters and those infections, if you remember. My legs were out of action for about 2 months, maybe longer. And then we tried to go up the other hill. Fucking almost killed us. It's so steep. So that only leaves one direction. You know, you can't go that way because that's the sea. There's nowhere to go. We didn't get much use. I enjoyed the use we got out of it, but it wasn't as much as I would have thought we would have got when we got it, because our legs started to go, our front legs started to go fairly soon after. So similarly, we could have got a doggy stroller. She would have been messing in it because of the incontinence. The way her body is failing her. First the back legs went, then the front legs started to go, and then the double incontinence-ish. Sometimes she knows it's coming on and can whimper and let me know I need to get her out of the tent. Sometimes she's just taken as she's surprised by it as I am. And if I got one now, I would get a month's use out of it maximum. A doggy stroller. It's just... This is it, folks. We're in the end game. We're in the final 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks. Maybe. So yeah, I've got a thing, and it does have 4 wheels, but it's tiny front wheels. I don't know if we have any engineers nearby who could come and put a big set of wheels on. Maybe put an engine on it and give her some kind of joystick control. Don't scare anybody. I already scared them with eggs in my... What? Oh, the eggs in my mouth. The tinnitus. Don't know where that came from. Tasty spider eggs. Oh, well, you can do that. Tarantula eggs. That is a delicacy in places that have tarantulas. You capture the tarantula, you squeeze the abdomen. If it's a female, the eggs come out, and you wrap them in a leaf, and you bake them. It's a real thing. But it has to be a yay big spider. I don't know if the spider survives that or not. I don't know if you can do it, release it, and catch it again another day and do that again, or if that's a killing maneuver. I'm not sure. But it is a thing. Let me check. Let me check I'm not talking bullshit. Sometimes I check and it turns out that I've heard some bullshit from somewhere. But usually not. I'm usually right. What am I going to type? Can you or do you? Can you eat or do people eat? What am I going to go with? I'm going to go with do people eat. I'm sure I saw this on a nature program. What was the one that's not David Attenborough? Used to be on ITV. Was it called Survival? Do people eat tarantula eggs. Not tarantulas, tarantulas. Hold on. Oh god, I gotta spell it right. And then stick eggs on the end. Do people eat just a spider? I'm gonna go tarantula eggs. Yes, people do eat tarantula eggs, but it is rare and mostly limited to regions where tarantulas, fucking obviously, where tarantulas themselves are consumed. Places like Cambodia, you're going to be over Cambodia way. The eggs are sometimes found inside the abdomens of female spiders when cooked. No, that's not what I saw. I saw a guy extract them, wrap them in a leaf, and then roast them or put them over a fire. Accidental or incidental? No, I'm not going accidental or incidental. That's not where I was going. Not a mainstream delicacy. Tarantulas themselves are widely fried and seasoned with garlic, sugar, and salt. Do you not have to wave them in the flames to get rid of all those hairs? Harvesting and cooking the eggs themselves is not a common culinary practice. And yet I saw it on a documentary. That's why I'm here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't set out to collect spider eggs, but if you catch the spider, you might as well take the eggs if you can. There you go. Now you've learned something else, and so have I. I have a trick. I'll cup one ear with spider, and it'll come out the other ear. I did the same with cotton buds. Oh God! There are multiple cases of young ladies who have children, and they're cleaning out the ears, and they just got no clue. And they just push the cotton bud right in. Baby's head's this big, cotton bud's that big. Deaf for life. It's a thing. It happens. They just don't have any clue about human anatomy or youth is wasted on the young. Yeah. UK Richie, no, what have I started? Toxoplasmosis. Where do we go with that? Gramophone. Did you say gramophone? Grandad, can I play my 78? Oh, do you remember 78? Don't think we had any, but our record player had 78, 40, 78, 45 and 33 was the 3 speeds. 45 for singles, was it? 33 for an LP, for an album. 78. I don't think I ever saw one. We had a nice record player where you could stack the record. The central pole, you could stack multiple records on there, and when you started it, one would drop down and the arm would come across and it would play, and then at the end the arm swings out and the next one drops down. That was quite fancy for the 70s, and these lovely wooden speakers. At the time I didn't like my mum's choice of music. I grew to love it though, and the sound from those speakers was brilliant. You always had that slight bit of white noise in the background from a record player. There was always that little bit, tiny, not as bad as like a fucking tape recorder, that hiss, but the treble and bass, yeah. Jerry rigged is like putting stick on gas pedal, yeah. But I didn't know that I kept hearing jury rigged, and I thought people were just like using the wrong word. Like rigging a jury is fixing a trial. No, it predates that, but you know, it's an old word for a part of a ship, rigging, fixing a part of a ship. Like I said, I think it's called the jury mast. Might be in the jury deck, I don't know. As opposed to the poop deck, maybe? Somebody remind me, I do have to go and get a new beer out. I said before, rather than having 2 or 3 sat here, drink one and the others are warm, because I take... Oh, my timer says 33 minutes, that's useful. That last little disconnect has knackered the timer. It is 12:34, so I'm 2.5 hours in, ish. Not just half an hour. I'll have to remember that if we do end on 4 hours, I have to go a few minutes over 1.5. No. Alright, the timer is kind of set at midnight my time. Top of the hour that just was, half an hour ago. I need this timer to go to 2 hours and then a little bit more for the post-processing, and I'm going to go get a beer. I think I'm going to reposition my girl. I don't know why she's over there. Let me show you. Oh, I'll also have to plug my phone in soon, won't I? Let me just check that first before we show her. I'm down to 42%. I don't need to get too much lower. Otherwise I'll forget and I'll be on 5% and it'll go off. I'm going to push back. Let me push my chair back first. I've got further to go now. I've got a good 18 inches or more. She's wriggled further back. Not bad for a doggy that can't fucking move when I want her to move. Oh, my back and hips have seized up. Oh fuck, standing in her water. Here she is, look. She was here alongside me with her head in that water bowl. And somehow she's, oh, you've pooed. Let me, okay babe, I'll tidy that up. Just give me a minute. I'm just talking to the peoples. Hey Tina. I don't want to move around it. I have to do it from this side down. I don't want to be showing everyone your poo. Hey, clean up on aisle 2. Auntie Karen's on. Talking to me. Yeah. Give me a minute, folks, or 2. I'm going to silence it. I might cut the camera off as well. No, I don't think I need to do that. Put it back on me. You won't be. Or do I need the light? Maybe I need the light. I've got a bit of a clean-up job to do over here. Hold on. Do I have... Oh god, I'm at the end of a roll. Just give us a second. I've got to clean this up. Then I've got to get a beer. I'll be right back with you. I'm going to move. I'm going to move Tina as well, darling. Is that everything? Is it just that one? Okay, babe. I got it. Daddy gets it. Daddy cleans up. Can you move back here with me? Come and sit with Daddy. Come on. Come sit with me. I have to take that bag of doggy poo away soon. Come here, down. Where's the other end of the belt? You've moved around so much we've lost your belt. Okay, babe. Hold on. We're not going anywhere. I just want to move you over here. Back to me, okay? Here we go. You're okay. I got you. Just stay there a second. Drink some water, maybe. Drink some water. Tina's water. Right, just going to get a beer. Back in a second, please. Bear with me. And here's the teddy bear. Oh, everything's wet. Oh, there's a distinct smell there. Where were we here? Didn't I just come in? This is definitely getting good. Why is it not on? Why ain't the beer something? Yeah, everything. Nothing. Well, that's the thing. Okay. Ouch, my back. Hey, baby. Daddy loves his girl. Hold on, folks. Oh, sorry. Did I just inflict my bare body on you? Did anybody stay? Nobody left. A few probably did. Everything's wet. Yeah. Can I show you? I can probably show you that. I put my hand on the top of my fridge, my camping fridge, and it's wet through. And I just noticed, I think I can show you. If you pardon the state of the table, can you see the top of this? Does it help if I put the light on, or does that make it worse? That makes it less visible. The top of this, no, you can't really see it. I think it was more visible when the light was off. It's wet, it's got a sheen to it. And an insect walking about on my sieve. Anyway, back to me, the star of the show, maybe, possibly. Is this? I think this light's losing. I don't think it's fully charged. Are you? I know you're alongside me now. You're not under my chair, no? Hello, babe. Cuddles. Big cuddles. Have a drink of water. Oh, I think you did have some while I think I heard you drinking it while I was gone. Let me just hook up here a bit. That's why I just checked whether she was under the chair or not, folks. Okay. Oh, I better put the top on this water, otherwise we'll get mozzies. It's illegal to leave water laying around. Kind of. You can get in trouble. Okay. Where were we? I guess I've opened a can, so I should at least say cheers to those of you that are here. Thumbs ups are always appreciated. Oh man, that's lovely and ice cold. Well, lovely and cold. And it's still, I'm going to get the tablet, mainly because I want to unplug it. I'm going to put the cable in the phone in a minute. But I'm going to take a quick look at the current temperature according to the weather forecast. 26. It's getting cooler, folks. We're down from 27 earlier to 26. Tonight is going to fall as far as 25. Oh, okay. A little bit late, right? First thing in the morning, 24, and then for 1 hour, 23, maybe. That's at 7 o'clock. And by 8 o'clock, 25, 9 o'clock, 28. Fuck. As soon as the sun comes up properly. As soon as the sun's up over the trees, we're back to 28, and it's going to be 30 all day. Fuck. You see, you guys had this heat wave for a few days, for a week or whatever it was. That's my life. However bad, however difficult it was for you, for those few days, that's my entire summer. And, to be honest, most of the fucking year. The only change really with winter here, it's not really the temperature that changes, the maximum temperature. It's the number of hours in the day that are at that temperature. So between, let's say, midday and 4 o'clock, or maybe 11 and 3 once the hours have gone back, even in winter, it's still hot. 25. I've told many a time about the time that I was sat at Tweety's about 2 days before Christmas. It was 30 degrees. 2 days before Christmas. But it was only that temperature for like 4 hours in the middle of the day. So it's not so much the temperature that changes much, it's the number of hours. And it's not overnight. That's the thing here at the minute. Since we hit the, what do they call them, tropical night, I was waiting for it for a couple of, I knew it was coming. And the moment we've hit it, we have not had a single night that didn't hit 20 degrees. As far as, I've only got the forecast. I don't have a historic, I can't look back. Let's say it rains heavily here one day. I can't look the next day and see how many millimeters that was. If it was particularly particular, the weather agency might publish like an article about it, and it'll hit the newspapers or whatever. But I couldn't on any random day go and look at how much rain there was yesterday or what the temperature was. The weather forecast app just tell me just yesterday. It doesn't go further back. This particular weather app that I was just looking at does just tell me that the daytime temperature and the nighttime temperature for yesterday. But as far as I know, the moment we hit a night that didn't fall below 20 degrees, something wrong with my voice now. After that thing went down the wrong way, I can't quite get a deep. My voice has gone a little bit shrill. I don't like it. But since we hit that first night that didn't fall below 20, we haven't fallen below 20. And unless we get like a thunderstorm or something, it won't now until September. And I hope we don't get a thunderstorm because I've got big rips in my roof. Big rips in my roof, big rips down my walls, big rips along the bottom of the tent, big rips in my tarps that were trying to cover it. Yeah. That's a bit awkward. Like I said, I got one tarp left. Oh, Canadian, sorry for beating South Africa. You pimped device, you mean? Okay, yeah. I pimped Tina's ride. Well, the lady did. Sandra. It's like Sandra, but with a J in the middle instead of a D. Sandra. My Danish friend. She pimped Tina's ride. Caster wheels. Yeah. Have you seen them? Yeah, I have. I've pointed them out at some point. I think when I first got the policeman came, didn't he? And he had an Allen key, and he set it up, and it wasn't right. He set it up with all the wheels, and she didn't need the front ones. And I think it was you guys that said, "Oh, you should take those off. She doesn't need them." So that's what we did. So he was trying to be helpful, but he kind of got in the way. Spanish police. I was surprised how nice he was. I'll be honest. And when he asked, "How did Tina get like this?" And you know, there's two competing theories. At the time, it was two competing theories. It was either a degenerative disease, or it was because she had a good kicking from the police that time. So I got a nice policeman asking me what happened, how did she get like this? I'm like, that's you lot. Gulpy. What's wrong, babe? I'm here. No, okay. You're okay. I got you. Are you trying to tell me you've not run out of water, have you? Almost, but not quite. Are you wanting me to move that out of the way, maybe? Is that in your way? You move it. I'll bring it back when you want a drink. Just let me know. Where were we? Yeah, so we had a nice policeman, and then I had to be kind of nasty to him. Who's Jerry? To Jerry Rig. Jerry's German, I thought. I don't know the derivation of Jerry Rig. I always assumed it was a war thing. Patching stuff. But I don't know. I looked up the derivation of the other one, the jury rig, and was surprised it had nothing to do with rigging a court case. I'll be honest, that was a real surprise. Can I just check whether my phone's actually charging? It is, okay. There we go. I should also check actually, because there have been plinks and plonks. Where's that? It's not there. Oh no, okay, UK Richie was the only donor so far. Let me... Tina was limping when I found her, so we all know who caused it. Yeah, that was the day they kicked shit out of her while arresting me and then left her in the field. Yeah. How did you find her? I think you came here to check on my belongings because I'd been arrested. I was arrested live on stream, wasn't I? I live streamed it. And then people talked about it. And then you guys came around that evening or night, and Tina was still here running around the field, I guess. I don't think I ever asked the full story. I'm not sure. Let me scroll back. What have I missed? Scooby, hello. You ate a spider. Oh no, now a web in your stomach. People always do that kind of thing. There's the friend that I stayed with when I was first made homeless. She was always Tina would eat flies, as she does, and she was always concerned that maggots would form in her stomach. And I'm like, I think the digestive juices will take care of that. Hydrochloric acid, is it, in the stomach? It's fairly strong stuff. If you took raw stomach acid out and put it on a wooden table, it'd eat through it overnight. It's not weak stuff. Scrolling back because I know your voice ain't shrill, but there is a minor mic crackle. Oh, we haven't got the wind blowing in, have we? Or is it me coughing and talking funny into it? I don't know. It's not. I don't even know where my. I do have my little sponge here with the slit in the side. If it was a breeze thing, if it was a wind, but I have just plugged the cable in to charge it. My voice feels like it's wrong. I will take advice from the rest of you as to how often are you hearing any kind of. Sometimes you get a. I think YouTube just goes bad and doesn't. What's the word? Encode and compress, and sometimes the app gets lost and does things wrong. It's not burning my hand. 3rd-degree burns when I put my hand on dark car. It's not hot. I saw a guy in the UK today attempting to fry an egg. It didn't work. His fat all dried up, and the egg was still just left in the pan. And then he put it on a proper stove, but it was sat there with no oil under it, and it just stuck to the pan when he cooked it. So it wasn't that hot yet. And it won't have been today. I saw it today. That was during the heat wave, which I believe ended a couple of days ago. I don't know the specifics. Sitting on leather seats in a car while you're wearing shorts on a hot day. Karen says, I can't wait for the sun. It's all lies. We didn't have a heat wave. Folks, in the heat wave, Karen was like, I'm still cold, sitting with a blanket on outside. She can't get used to non-Spanish temperatures. You should be getting a breeze off the water, Mike. Is that the case? You'd think so, but I've got these trees that protect me from massive winds, also block me from breezes. Now the wind has just changed direction. If you can you see the Broly? It is just flapping around a little bit. I have got, and the wind has just swung around to the south by the looks of it, or the feels of it. Yeah, that's actually quite nice. Quite nice. Thumbs up, folks. Come on, give a tramp a chance. I'm scrolling backwards. Oh, it's jumped to the bottom and I'm trying to go back. I googled his town, but that caught my eye. It was paella in Yorkies. Obviously, I need to try this now. Paella in Yorkshire puddings. What did I see? It was like a breakfast wrap, like a breakfast burrito, but done with Yorkshire pudding. That's interesting. I'm scrolling back, but it keeps jumping forward, so I'm struggling. If it's not burning my hand, I haven't got back far enough. Breeze. Yes, they're playing phenomenally together, so should be good against Morocco. Is that Canada we're talking about? That's a good deal, Karen. Nice. Pretty busy though, so if I miss it, if I miss it's for that. Karen says she can watch them all. Is this when we said about the timing of the football matches? It's not during work hours, is it? It's night time because America being so far behind in so many ways. No, shush. It's not just America, is it? It's Canada and Mexico hosting it. Team Jetseye says, bye, I'm sorry I didn't see you arrive. I apologise if I've missed earlier messages. I was not ignoring you. Interesting name. Let me scroll back and see what I've missed. I'm still from the raid a long time ago. It's nine or so days ago. Thank you. I do appreciate it. And do say thank you to Don Benitez. Parasocial with Don Benitez. Please do pass on my my regards. I've tried to say thank you a few times, but he gets so busy that the messages fly by. He either sees me and ignores me, or maybe just doesn't see me. Karen got a response. Tuner's boy races out making noise. We get them. A rout by France. Okay, have there been more goals? It's 2-0 the last I heard. I'm debating having a beer, but I forgot to put them in the fridge, and warm beer is an acquired taste. Mate, you want to try hot beer. Not just like room temperature, not just warm. If I take like 2 hours to drink a can of beer in the late afternoon when the tent is an oven, I'll be halfway through the can. Let's say I've fallen asleep. I'm listening to some sci-fi tosh, AI sci-fi rubbish. I fall asleep. I wake up an hour later. I reach for the can. It's not just not cold. It's not just tepid. It's not even just warm. It's positively hot. Oh, yuck. Not just an acquired taste. No. 3-0. Okay. I want about 9 o'clock news sketch, says Jasper. I'll get there. I'll get back to it. Do you ever get spiders in your tent? Yes, Mr. Russellberry. I had spiders as big as a man's hand. I had 2 or 3 a night, every night, for about 10 days. About a month ago. There was famously, I had one drop from the ceiling drop on me, and then later that same stream, I had one right behind my head on the wall there. And I think it was Farmar here who said, when you watch this back, don't look at that spider. And I thought, fuck, no. Yeah, we get spiders. We get mice. In the past, we've had rats, but that's not in this tent. I had tents where the walls came down to the floor and then stopped on a separate ground sheet, and anything could come under at any point. Now I insist, whenever I get a new tent, about once a year, it has to be enclosed. It has to have its own built-in floor. I just don't want that shit. Beetle larvae, Mike, is common to eat, not by me though, lol. Whenever you eat, isn't it spices and things? Ground up spices. They're allowed to have so many beetle parts or spider parts. Like the FDA and whatever the British Food Standards Agency would be called, it's probably called the Food Standards Agency. They have limits on these things. They will go out and sample. They will buy a jar of spices or whatever and check how many parts of a spider or parts of a beetle are inside that bottle of cinnamon or whatever. It's a fact. It's a fact of life. You can't avoid these things. A lot of people, when they buy a bag of rice, will put it in the freezer, or a bag of flour, will put it in the freezer for 2 or 3 days to kill off any, not to kill off actual mites, but to kill off the eggs from the mites, which might hatch out later. If you ever open a bag of flour and it's got stuff jumping about in it, or a bag of rice and it's got stuff jumping about, it's not that something found its way into the bag, it's that it was already there and those eggs hatch. So some people buy these things and put them in the freezer for 3 days because that kills off the eggs or larvae or whatever might be present. It's a thing. I just thought I'd leave PayPal donation link here. I just thought I'd leave it here. Thank you, farmer. Jelly rigging. Toast with jam or peanut butter. Yeah, the jelly, we don't call it jelly over here. We do have the word jelly, but it's a different thing. I think that's Jello in America. Although I'm not so sure after watching a cookery guy mix Jello with something else. And I don't know. I don't know if it's what we call jelly or whether it's just gelatin. I'm not sure. My ability to translate between English and American gets confused sometimes when I see different parts of America using the same word in different ways. Look for bigger caster wheels. I wouldn't know how to change them. I haven't got probably needs like a rivet or something in the middle. I don't know what that would be. I haven't got, it would need drilling out and then wheels change and then a new rivet or axle or whatever that would, bearing. I don't know, whatever that would be. I'm not mechanical in that way. I don't have access to the wheels. I don't have access to the tools. I'm useless and I'm in the middle of a field. I don't know what you want from me. How's the power situation? I'm not talking about I mean your power packs. I'm struggling to so I like to have them at 100% at the end of the day, have them both, 90% plus. It's not happening. I got one up to 100% about an hour before sunset, and I took the other one across and swapped it. I put that on that panel and brought the other one in. But I had to power the fridge. Like now, when we started this stream, I left it on about 60% powering my fridge. The fridge turned, do you want to say turned up high in terms of power or set low in terms of temperature? However you wanna word that. And it's the EcoFlow inside's run out of power. So I must check this one. I'm on 62, look. I mean, that's, as long as we don't go on too long, that's easily enough to get me through the night. Unless I need to power the fridge some more in the night. I'm struggling. It's running at 60 and 70 watts, and it's not getting cooler. It's only holding its own at times, in the middle hours of the day. Excuse me. It's... My guess is that it can only get so far below ambient. Let's say it can get 30, 35 Celsius below ambient. And if it's 35 Celsius inside the tent, it's struggling to get down to 0 or below 0. I generally have it set for like -2, -3. It's a false reading. When it says -3, that's kind of an air temperature at the exact spot probably where the cooling is being done. That's not the overall temperature of stuff inside. Rarely do I pull something out and it's like semi-frozen. Don't know if I've ever pulled anything out it's been fully frozen. So when I set it to like -10, and it says it's at -10, I mean, it may be at the spot where the cooling's happening, but the food inside, the food and drink inside is not -10. Even after hours and hours of running at that. So that's my big drain of power is the fridge, the camping fridge freezer. The fan is another, that's my other big drain. Stuff like charging the tablets and the phone it's not even noticeable. But I'm running the panels in a clear blue sky in Spain in baking heat with the sun 100%, like 90 degrees vertical. It's like overhead. And my panels are bringing in 40 or 50 watts, the flexible ones. So it's, you know, obviously it would be better if I was drawing in 100 watts. I keep thinking about daisy chaining the old panel, putting it in series with one of them to give a boost. But I tend to lay the panels against that in the morning, and I need something to hold them kind of vertical until 11 o'clock or so when I can lay them on the floor. So if I put that in the mix for actually drawing power, you know, inputting power, then I need to find something else to support the other panels. It's tricky. We're managing, we're getting by, but there have been days where I've woken up and, you know, if I've fallen asleep, if at 3 in the morning I've had a look on the app and the fridge is at like 5 degrees, oh, I'll turn the fridge on for, you know, half an hour, and then I fall asleep, and I wake up and I've blanked out the EcoFlow. I don't know why I'm looking. There's a noise over there, but with the brightness, with the light. Whoa! Flash of light. Lightning, maybe? Or someone with a torch. It's behind the trees. I don't know. Over the... possibly either on the cliffs or over the sea. Pretty clear sky here, so I don't think we're in any danger of a thunderstorm here. But you do get a good light show over the sea sometimes, over the Med. Scrolling, folks. I think I'm back. Caster wheels, you print device. Okay, I think I'm back to where. So now I'm going to come forward, and I've read most of these as I went backwards. I will read out any that I think I might have missed. Just thought I'd leave the PayPal donation link here. Thank you. Always useful. Beetle larvae, I think we discussed that. Spiders in your tent, that was Mr. Russell Berry. Hello, hello. Oh, Jasper's lost me here. I'm on about 9 o'clock news sketch. How far back do I have to go to find out what you said? Look for bigger caster wheels. Is that the 9 o'clock news sketch? Karen's recording. It's jumped right down. Scooby just learn all the swear words. Mexico, Ecuador. Where, how? Agua Limon, that's lemon water. Shakira. Pablo Hernandez, don't know who that is. See, multilingual. Okay. I could do some swear words, but I won't. That's not where we were going. Mexico, Ecuador, little animosity. Maybe might be a good game. They don't border each other, do they? Isn't Ecuador quite a bit further down? Equator. What's between them? Panama. For a start, probably. My geography. You've got Belize off to the right, somewhere over there. South American geography. Geography in general, not my strong point. I think cloves have a tendency to keep creepy crawlies away. All of the smelly things, isn't it? Everything that's got a pungent smell. Volatile chemicals. This is why, what's the other one? I was going to say limoncello, but that's the drink, isn't it? What's the lemon, what's the plant? Oh, is that why I've got a bad back? I was leaning backwards without... Yesterday, I put the chair right back, and then I put it halfway forward and I'm sat here. I didn't realise I wasn't upright. Fuck. And it's not even my whole back. It's the right. It's the back right. It's carrying the dog off to the side. I got a pain at the bottom. You got to be careful. Sometimes a pain at the back off to one side can be a medical thing. Back and right would be, well, it could be either kidneys or liver. Down that low it would be liver or gallbladder. If it was left, it would be spleen or the other. Did I say kidney? I did. I think I said kidney. Yeah, the other kidney or spleen. Yeah, I don't know. There are other things. There are other things that can give sharp pains and things. Yeah, most volatile chemicals have a reputation for not lemon. Karen will have answered me further down probably. Night everyone, I'm up early tomorrow, said Karen. That was at 1 o'clock and it is now 1:10. I'm only 10 minutes behind, folks. Who knew? Was Scooby saying goodnight to Karen? Or was he headed off as well? Good night, Bella Karen. And then everyone says goodnight to Scooby and Karen. Karen off to work. Jasper said Karen off to work in the morning. Yeah, Karen's a busy lady. Hairdressing businesses to run. I'm not sure if Scooby was leaving or if he was just saying goodnight to Karen. Have I got all the... Yeah, that's 109. I think I'm up to date, folks. That's always a bad sign. I run out of things to talk about once we're up to date. I have to start thinking now. Oh! Okay. So I'm in July and so is the UK now. So, what do we say about June? Can we summarise June? How has June been as a month? It's not been my greatest. I guess everyone went home. And I think that's the turning point where I got on a bit of a downer. And that was early in June. Everybody went home. And everybody brought me food at the same time. And that's been another, I shouldn't say this, but that's been another downer. Having to manage 7 bags of food. I've got a distinct smell of potatoes going bad in the tent. And I don't know where it's coming from. I normally like June and summer. But in Spain, that's the beginning of when it gets stupid hot. March, April, May, those are fine. Well, usually. When I was first homeless and I was staying with a friend, and then Ismo came over here and rented an apartment for a month, and I moved in with him for a month, and it rained. It lashed down every day of April. Every single fucking day of April. For at least 2/3 of the day, like all day, every day. You had to wait for a break in the rain. Like Ismo had to wait to go off like and into town and meet up with people. And we only had one key, so we couldn't both leave the apartment at the same time. Well, we couldn't go off in different... We could leave together, so there was always a key. But if both of us went off and we didn't know who was coming home first... Yeah, no, that was awkward. Lashed down every day in July last year. Oh wow. We had quite a dry... Well, I'm not going to say quite a dry summer. It was wet, but in blasts. It rained. If you look back at my videos, my rain in Spain falls mainly on me playlist. We had some horrendous rain, torrential. What is it, sweetheart? Is this you wanting the water now? Give me a second. I'll get the water. Is it the water? Is that it? Or did you just not want ignoring? Oh, you're getting wet. Okay. That's how That's how much dew there is already, folks. I got a wet dog. She doesn't like wet. I don't know what you're barking for, babe. Here's your water. I'll give you your water in case it's that. If it's not that, I don't know what it is. Maybe I just ignored you too long. Hmm? She does this in the night. If I haven't patted her or cuddled her for a couple of hours, she'll start barking. Then there's the other stuff. If a bus or a lorry or something goes by on the main road, there's a digger, not a digger, but some kind of mechanical equipment, heavy duty stuff that they use on the beach. So they'll drive in the water and pull the sand back every couple of days. So Torrevieja beaches are artificial. Torrevieja beaches are like solid rock, like plains of rock, and some beaches are just pebbles. But they'll dump thousands of tons of sand over the top, but over time they get washed away, and they'll put some mechanical equipment, you know, a big, like a tractor or something with a big bucket on the front. I don't know the names of these things, but front loader maybe, I don't know. They'll put one in the sea and it'll face back to the beach, and it'll bring, kind of dredge the sand back up and to the beach. When this thing comes past, she'll always bark, like she barks or growls at buses and the bin men. But sometimes she just hasn't had enough cuddles, and she'll just let me know that I'm ignoring her too much. Grader, is that the name of some equipment? Fisher King. Isn't that a story? The Fisher King. I don't know where we're going there, mate. Okay, folks, where are we for time? We're on 3 hours 15. Let me just check my donations, just in case there's been any. I don't want to ignore anyone who has sent any. No, UK Richie was the last. Not doing well for donations, am I? I do have enough, though. Relax. I do have enough to put my order in for Temu, and it's going in. The aim is tomorrow, but I just have to filter the list down a little bit more. So, for example, I've got a phone and I've got a tablet. One's a USB connection, no headphone jack. I don't think. Let me just double check that. Hold on, folks. Yeah, no headphone jack. It's a USB-C headphone thing, which I don't like because it means you can't charge and listen to stuff at the same time. So, one's a proper headphone jack, one's USB-C. Do I buy two? I mean, they're going to be cheapo, like €2-3 earphones, wired. Do I buy two? Do I buy one? And just make do. Only listen to music. Pick which device it will be. Probably the tablet because of the bigger screen and the better battery power. Do I buy 2 sets of headphones? Do I buy one? You have to make Temu videos, and it might fund for more Temu donations. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. I want to do an unboxing. I want to do like a unboxing, like Big Clive Live does. He does the unbagging. He takes everything out, either from Temu or from AliExpress, and he tells you what each one is, and then he just has a quick look and then puts it to one side, and then he actually takes them apart because he's an electronics kind of person. He takes them apart and does a separate video on each item. I probably won't do that because I don't take things apart. I'm not an electrical genius like he is, but I can do the unboxing. I do a review like 1 week in after start using them. Now Temu actually approached me a while back for kind of a sponsorship deal, but I thought it was a really lazy approach. It was the idea that they came in and made these offers of you can have up to this much to spend on this and up to that much, and then it was now you go off and apply. And I'm like, apply fuck. You came to me. Now I have to apply. That's lazy. You should look me over, look over my channel, see whether I qualify. Don't ask me to start fucking filling in forms and then you say, oh no, you don't qualify. Well, if I don't qualify, why the fuck did you approach me? Getting angry again. 5 miles away from keyboard, he'll be back in a while when he's done. That's okay, mate. No worries. You don't have to be here, you know, it's not a job. I'm not gonna give you a verbal warning or put something on your permanent record. What about buy damaged goods then sell them? Well, you're entering dodgy territory in that. Well, you've got the ever-present delivery address thing, but it's the same when it comes to selling. Where do people come to pick it up, or how do I get it to them? But you've got another problem in that I'm not legal. I'm not tax legal here. I can't work. I can't run a business. Now, if you like, oh, ignore the rules, everyone else does. Everyone else hasn't already got legal trouble hanging over them. I don't want to be giving them any excuses for you know, coming after me. I know it sounds like, oh, he doesn't even want to make a go of it, but I'm not allowed to. I've already got legal troubles. I don't want more. So doing a Temu review, whether it's something I buy, to be honest, if I was going to build like a review channel, I would be wanting to buy them independently. The best review channels aren't taking free product and free gifts. Those are the scummy ones. If someone gives you something for free, how easily can you give it a bad review? If you're going to go bad, you're going to soften how hard you go on them. Probably. And some of these people that approach you to sell you or give you product, they will put like these real harsh non-disclosure agreements in, and you can't publish the review until we've seen it, and we get editorial rights, and we get this, and we fuck off. No. Just no. If I review something, I want it to be my review. Now I think the only thing I've ever reviewed here properly was those batteries that plug directly onto a USB A to C cable. I love them. And I must have been using them 2 years now. And as far as I can tell, they're as good as new. Apart from the one that I dropped on the floor, lost it, and it kind of rusted and went to shit. Oh, there was another one. I tried to charge it while it was inside the device. That didn't work out. It didn't quite release the magic smoke, but it didn't work thereafter. So I've lost 2. I think I got 6. Did I get 16 or was it just 8? I think I got 16. I think I got 8 double A's and 8 triple A's. I don't know where most of them are. I've misplaced a bunch. I don't think that was one order. I think I got 4 and 4, and then I think I got a second batch of 4 and 4 another time. But I did a quick review. Did I call it Tramp Tech? I did begin a playlist. See, there's a guy called Hobo Tech, a guy called Tom, Hobo Tech, and he's kind of snatched the name, hasn't he? And he's far better. He's a lot like Clive. He's doing proper electrical analysis, and you know, he's got all the gizmos to be checking the wattage and the voltage and the ohms and the, you know, the resistance and all of that. I'm a tramp in a field. Oh, ow. 2 things, folks. bad back, and shorts sticking to me in places where I don't want them sticking to me. Let me scroll. Buy damaged goods and sell them. The thing is, if you buy damaged goods, some of them, like Amazon, you can buy pallets of returned things from Amazon. They don't even check them themselves. It's too much hassle. So they'll just palletize them and sell them off. Some of them will be broken or damaged or not working in some way. And there are guys out there that have channels where they take these things apart. You know, they'll unbox them and see if they can find whatever the fault is. And some of them come with a note that says what the fault was. And they'll trace it and fix it because they're electronically minded. And they've got the soldering iron and the flux and the solder. Solder, if you're American. Don't know why. Silent L. What's that about? How many words have a fucking silent L? Can't be many. I think we've had this discussion. Backpoo, that famous seaside resort in Britain, that's got silent L. There was that actor bloke, who was it? He's got silent L. Rafe Fiennes, maybe? It's spelt Ralph, isn't it? Fairly sure it's got an L in it, but he's got a silent L in his. Yeah, okay, mate. Silent L, anybody? Give me words with silent L. Sodder. I don't know how you get there. Either drop the L or pronounce it. That was family stepping away from the keyboard. Where was that? I was saying about people who buy these pallets of Amazon returns. Sometimes there's not. Someone's just changed their mind and doesn't want it anymore. But the restocking, the cost to take it through the warehouse on the V&A truck or whatever and put it back on the, on the 8th story of the racking, isn't worth their effort. So they just sell them. You buy a pallet of Amazon goods, and guys make a whole channel out of going through these things, and they'll pay, I don't know, £200 or £300 or euros or dollars for the pallet, and then you've got, 20 or 30 items on the pallet, and half of them just work. Half of them have got like a minor thing that you could just ignore, or if you've got the skills, you fix, and half of them are just fucked. That's 3 halves. Did I really just do 3 halves? I'll have to play that back. You know what I mean? Half of them work fine. A quarter of them have a minor, like a dent or a bump or a scratch, something insignificant, and a quarter of them might be irrecoverable without deep surgery or whatever. I would probably have a go at I'd gamble on buying that. If I was running like a market stall or something, you could, you know what I mean? You could take the gamble on that. It looks like usually you come out on top, even without having to fix things. It looks like if half of it just works, you're getting 20 items on a pallet and 10 of them work, and they're valued at what? 30, 40, 50 and upwards sometimes. Your quid's in from the off. If you know someone who knows how to wield a soldering iron, do you know I might put this t-shirt on soon? Say the C word, Grimsby accent. Where are you going there? You're not going Cleethorpes, no? Grimsby accent, aren't you? You're going the actual C word. I don't swear. I don't pronounce the L in Tuesday or February. But that's just the way I was taught. I don't know many. I've got a tablet here. I think we've had this conversation. My tablet is wet. I think I've had this conversation in the past. I got to be careful if too much dew forms, when I go to plug the USB-C cable in to charge it, Let me just check that we're still charging here. We are. When I plug it in, the phone in particular is a bitch for it. It doesn't actually have to be moisture. If in winter, when the cable's really, really cold, it's not even wet, it's just cold. That triggers the turn off immediately. And it shuts down and beeps and it says moisture in the port. Just turn it on once and off. What was I searching for? Okay, words with silent L. There can't be many. How did we get onto silent L? I've lost now. Not silent letters, just silent. Oh, you've got to type letter L. Otherwise, it thinks. Not just silent letters, the silent letter L. Oh, something like could. Could and would. WOULD, I guess. Could, would, should. Oh, that's a stretch. ALK. Like chalk? Walk? I guess, maybe. I guess it's a thing, folks. I'd never thought, maybe I've thought about it. I'd never noticed it. Yeah, you got walk, talk, chalk, stalk, balk, to balk at something. Or the balk end of a snooker table, maybe. Calm, palm. Are they silent? Or do they turn into an R? Calm, palm. Okay, I take it back. I'm an idiot. There are lots and lots of words with silent. Salmon. Oh, colonel. Colonel. I guess, we hear it like an ER. We abbreviate it, don't we? Almond. Do you pronounce the L in, the nut, an almond? That's not a silent L. What are they talking about? Arms. The charity thing. They used to have alms houses, didn't they? Like for retired servicemen or the poor. Yeah, mopeds, yeah. And the Welsh words, the L's and they put two L's in and go, Llanelli. They're not silent. They're the opposite of silent. I guess there's a lot of silent L's that you don't notice. Yoke. Folk. Calf. Yeah, I guess half. Like a lot of them, it's not that the L's silent, it's that you pronounce it as an R. But could and would and should. Interesting that I couldn't think of those. How thick am I? I still think back poo. That seaside resort in Lancashire. I'm going to put, my top's wet. That's good. That'll be nice and cool. Except I'm putting it on now because I'm starting to feel a little bit cool. I haven't started yet. I haven't got bad enough yet that I'm dipping the t-shirt in water through the day and putting it back on. I think that's going to be this week. Maybe tomorrow. It actually needs a good rinsing out or a wash. Then again, I've got half a dozen others. I keep forgetting that I found a bunch of t-shirts and I washed them the other week. I keep re-wearing the same one and forgetting, and it gets a bit whiffy. Not Wi-Fi, but whiffy. Oh, my back. Where are we, folks? We're at 1:30. I've been going 3.5 hours. We'll do at least another half hour. Oh, just to see out the... Oh, my back. Mopeds. It was indeed Welsh words. I don't pronounce the L in Tuesday from February. February is an interesting one, isn't it? Most people don't pronounce the first R in February. And if someone does, it sounds a little bit like they're deliberately trying to be posh. February. Then you've got that whole rolling R's thing that I can't do. and that the Spanish do a lot. And supposedly, you can hear a difference in Spain between a single R and a double R. So, perro means but perro means dog. So, I like that, but I'm not going to buy it. That one would be perro, and they still roll it a bit. Perro, I can't do it. But if you go deep on it, if you go heavy on it, perro, then that's dog. Supposedly. I can't fucking hear it. I can't distinguish those things. I can't hear Spanish. Like the Z in pizza. What? Or like a dollop of sauce with cheese and pepperoni folded over and sealed. Fried till golden outside, cheesy and melty. Pizza. Calzone, maybe? Or chimichanga. Yeah, I hear it, Tina. I hear it as well. Hopefully it's a cat. Oh, it's jumped. Jumped right back to where Jasper said say the C word. Pepperoni. Are there any channels you give up watching because of the fucking adverts? Some of the sci-fi channels I watch, the AI slop. So the keyword is HFY, which stands for humanity, or humanity. Fuck yeah! We always win in the war with the aliens. We always win. Even if we lose, we start an underground movement and then win. Some of those that I'm trying to listen to them and I fall asleep, and then the advert's kicking and it's some fucking silly computer game or whatever. The one with the little soldiers shooting everything, lots and lots and lots, but it comes on like twice as loud. So the frequency of the adverts is fucking annoying on some of the channels, and the volume of the adverts. Yeah, I will block some of those. It's not always easy to block a channel on YouTube. You can't. A lot of them you can't block them while you're in them. You have to go and find a listing. You have to go and find like where the thumbnail and where it's listed, and then you can maybe block it from there. They change where and when you can block. I blocked some adverts. Fuck! I got so sick of fucking Tai Chi, and walking Tai Chi, and chair Tai Chi. I had to. I'd always refused to click the personalized ads thing, but you couldn't customize. You couldn't block an ad if you'd not customized. If you didn't enable customization or personalization, so I had to. They forced me into enabling that shit just so that I could block this, Tai Chi this and Tai Chi that. And I still get some, when somebody else, when a new advertiser comes along or they do the adverts under another name. So yeah, I block channels, but I don't know how nowadays. I've never. Well, I was monetized for a short while. Apparently, you have a little bit of control about the frequency of the ads. It used to be you could say I only want pre-roll and post-roll, and I don't want them in the middle. Now, some people you can set like 20 ad breaks, and that doesn't mean you'll get 20, but it means that YouTube can pick and choose when and where to put one. I don't know the latest. Oh, sorry, folks. There's a crease in my trousers, and it's digging in, and I'm getting like a bed sore on my ass from the crease. Where was I? I don't know how much control users have now. Live streams. Some live streams, the advert comes. The guy I watched, Nick Ricata, who's a legal kind of expert, and expert or educator, I'm not sure. He's kind of a failed lawyer, but that's another story. You're watching him, and the advert comes on under him or alongside him, and it speaks, and you can see it doesn't even pause the fucking stream. The stream when the ad finishes, I have to go back 30 seconds and then set the stream to play at like 1.5 speed or something, so I can catch up over the next 2 minutes. The adverts are becoming more and more intrusive. I also got some messages from YouTube the other day saying, come back to YouTube Premium. I'm very angry. I've never done YouTube Premium. I've never clicked on YouTube Premium. I've never agreed to YouTube. They're pretending that I've taken them up on like the 2-month free offer, and that now, even though I've not gone ahead with it, they'll give me another chance. And I'm like, fuck you. Don't accuse me of having taken out your fucking YouTube Premium and YouTube Music special offers. Don't word it like that. I never did subscribe to it. I never did try your free trial. Fuck off and don't welcome back. No, don't do that. That's like when Labara, my phone company, my subscription, my monthly fee was 28-day. They get 13 months in a year now, apparently. My 28-day account was due for renewal. It's €15, so I put €15 in the day before. And when it came time to renew, this is about a year ago, maybe more. When it came time to renew, so I'd put this money on account with this is how they do it. You have like an account with them. You put the money on account, and when a renewal or whatever is needed, they take the money out of this pot that they're holding on of yours. When it came time to renew, I didn't have enough. And I'm like, what? Has the price gone up? No, I checked, it's still €15. What's going on? I look in the app, I've only got $14.50 on account. I'm like, where's the 50 cents gone? They're like, oh, that weekly prize draw that you entered into, you got 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever for free. It's now time to start paying. What fucking price? I never, what are you, I had to argue with them over that. They were, I'm like, tell me what date and by what mechanism did I click a link in an email? Was it in an app? What, where, who, how, when did I click this and do this? They couldn't answer, so I said, fuck you, reverse that shit. And the guy had to close my current account down, recreate it, and then I'm like, what about all my rolled over gigabytes? I always say megabytes. What about all my rolled over Oh, okay, yeah, I'll add those back as well, like as an afterthought. If I'd not asked, I wouldn't have got them. The only way to do this is to close your account and create a new account and patch it all back in. Fuck that. I got off on one. This was a question about YouTube channels. Yeah, I've also stopped listening to some AI gardening channels for the same reason. If I find a channel's AI and it hasn't labelled itself as AI, so to tell if a channel has identified itself as using AI, you go into the description and there should be a little tag that says AI generated. Some portions of this, either images or things, aren't real and have been either edited, amended, or created with AI. If you don't have that little tag, if they're AI and they haven't admitted to it, they're gone. I'm not. And if they're really bad AI, if they get all the words wrong, not only that, apparently when you create these AI videos, you can only get so many seconds, and then you do another so many seconds, and you do another. If the voice changes, or if you get a really harsh edit, if it's cut out mid-word, and you get this like loud bang or blip, bad editing and they're gone. I ain't got time to be trying to work out what that sentence was that they were halfway through and now they're off with another sentence. So that shit goes. I had got one today that was pretending to be a UK solicitor. You could just see it was AI. Something about the way that he sat there and spoke, and the way the words and the vote and the lack of movement of the head. There was just something very unnatural about it. And I checked, has he labelled this as AI? No. He says, I'm an actual solicitor with 15 years experience and this, that and the other. Man, it was so obviously AI. Not black belt barrister. I like him. Oh no, don't agree with that. He's gone a little bit political. Don't agree with everything he says. But he's a good one. But no, this other one was pretending I am a UK solicitor with 15 years experience. And I looked at it and I just thought, AI. I don't know why. He wasn't sat there with like 6 fingers on each hands like they used to. Or with 3 arms. Some of the sci-fi ones. The guy, the hero of the story, the protagonist, is supposed to be a human. And he sat there and he's got his knife and fork in his hand and he's got another hand with a burger in it. What the fuck? That's the thumbnail for the video. There are some really good ones. These sci-fi HFY stories. Some of the channels now, some of them just show either one picture all the way through. Some of them show like a series of pictures. Some of them loop. Some of them show a looped set, like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, not like flashcards, there's a word. I'm not getting the word. But it cycles through, but they rock about and they tilt and... something just clanked against my clothes dryer. Oh, we have a little animal. Mouse, rat, cat. Take your pick. Where was I? Awkward, awful. Some of them, I literally have to treat it like radio. Set it playing, put them down, put it to one side and just don't look at the screen. Some of them have like animated and rocking and shivering subtitles on screen. Why are you doing that? Someone who needs those subtitles doesn't want them gibbering about but 1 or 2 of these channels now are starting to do little clips of video that tie in with the story, and it's almost like watching a film. A silent film with audio narration, if you like. You're listening to an audio book, really, or an audio story. AI generated, AI imagery, AI narration, AI voice. And they get a lot wrong. Read and reading, read, read and read, past tense, they don't know. They get the tenses wrong all the time. Some words that end in, what's another common one? Oh, I can't think of them. I've made a list somewhere of examples. But the ones that do the little video clips, if you imagine like a 30-second video clip that ties in with the story, and a whole series of them all the way through, like an hour-long story. Now, they're not perfect. The shape of the alien or the face of the bloke, or sometimes the same person's on screen twice. But it's getting better. But some of the AI slope, I have to block the channel just because it's too bad. I haven't got time to sit around and wait. Now, some of these guys have got real sub stories. They sound like they're living in really bad places. I'm thinking like Afghanistan and Sudan and other war-torn, maybe Palestine. But it's Chinese-based AI, often being made by guys sat in kind of Indian sweatshops, Indian kind of call center type things, just churning out. And they're only really 12, 15, maybe 20 storylines. And each time they generate, it comes out slightly different with different names and different people. Apart from Sarah Chan, Marcus Webb, Jake Morrison, there are certain names that just keep repeating. Sarah Chen has saved the world so many fucking times. Elena Vasquez. Vasquez? Vasquez, I don't know how you pronounce it. Anyway, I've gone off on one. The question was about YouTube channels. Sorry, Robert. Whenever Farmer talks recipes, I get hungry. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Who's still here? Where am I? How far back am I? It is on 1:49 my time, 12:49 your time. I was saying goodbye to June. Did I ever say hello to? I don't think I said hello to July. Here's to July, folks. Let's hope we have a good one. Those of us that are in it already. Farmer, apologies. We're in the future, and you know, you're a little bit backwards. Sorry, mate. Okay, my back. I don't know how much more I can do. Elk. That's these are non-silent ones. Why are you doing non-silent L's? I can't block football. Can't block stupid videos. Some showing off their wears and tears. I can't stand them. Wears and tears. The tears has lost me. So selling, you mean something showing off almonds? I pronounce the L. Okay, that was why you're doing ones where you can hear the L. I wouldn't mind an eyeful and a mouthful of a breast. Just how did we get there? What have I missed? Oh, the theta. Are you reading that as teta? Maybe. Oh, women. Okay, I read that as some. Stupid videos, women showing off their. Okay. Yeah, okay. I corrected you in a different direction. Or maybe they're manipulating us so annoying, yeah. It's the OnlyFans girls, isn't it? If ever I get a woman, what's it called on Twitter? It's not subscribe, follow. They do have subscribe, but that's the paid thing. If I get a woman suddenly following me on Twitter, immediately check the profile. Looking for the porn link. Not that I'm looking for porn, I'm looking to confirm it's porn, and I just block her. I don't want to end up with like 500 followers and 499 of them are just birds trying to get you to look at their bits. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind looking at naked ladies. We've had this conversation before about the magazines back in the day. Actually downloadable via torrents nowadays, but that's not what you called. Guy, you know. Every piece of technology that ever came out was used just to show naked women. Whether it was drawing, painting, whether it was photography, whether it was movies, you know, the moving pictures, whether it was the internet. The print, oh, I missed the printing press, did I, in between there somewhere? I missed the printing press. Every new technology that came out ended up with guys wanting to look at naked ladies. It's a driver of humanity, of our technological progress. Not just the internet, but then payment on the internet. The driving force for payment on the internet wasn't to sell books a la Amazon. No. It was so that people could sell you pictures of naked ladies or videos of naked ladies. Yeah. VHS, DVD, I didn't mention those along the way, did I? It's an interesting facet of humanity to look back on. It's not something I want to belabor here. I've got another moth in my coffee. Are you alive? Can you cling onto my finger or not? Did I get you? I don't think I got you. Where'd you go? You're there. Did I drown you? Or are you already gone? I missed. Oh no, I got you. Are you alive? Do you move? If I blow, dry your wings off a bit. Can you move or are you dead? I can't dry you off enough, I'm sorry. Just go over there. And you'll either dry off or not. I can't help you any more than that. I thought I did really well to help you that much. I think that's just scum in the cup now. I don't think that's insects. I haven't drunk much. Oh, I have drunk. I've drunk more of that beer than I realised. How long have I been on? Coming up on 4 hours and I'm at the bottom of my second can. What was it that guy said? Don't send him money, he'll only drink himself to death or something like that. Yeah, right, mate. I believe you. Panzerotti. How did we get there? Wi-Fi. Okay, that was... Is that how far back I am? I'm back there again. I don't get the Panzerotti. Sounds like a pun to do with Lanzarote, but I don't know. Part of bread. Maybe something to do with bread. How is it women complained we looked at them in an inappropriate way and now there's women making vids saying why is no one... Yeah. Why is there... well, the other one is women complaining like when they're in a bar or something and men approach them and they were like, oh, it's disgusting, it's sexual harassment, oh, it's wrong. And now they're... Ladies, tell me, when was the last time you were approached by a man and offered a drink or asked out? And they don't see the clash. Should I stay or should I go now? Is that the clash? Maybe. No, the other one. Here's another one of the contradicting things. When Hollywood makes a film and they make a point of telling you it's not for white men. We don't need white men. Charlie's Angels was a classic, but they've done it again with Supergirl. It's not about men, it's not about love. We want to attract the female audience and empower girls and women. Okay. Make it really obvious that your superhero movie is not for men. Okay. Do you know who watches superhero movies? Give you a clue. On the whole, it's not women. Tell your potential audience it's not for you. This was a classic because the same magazine. This was the Charlie's Angel one back, was that 2016 maybe. But the same newspaper or magazine did 2 stories. It's not for white men. Okay. Why are white men not coming to watch Charlie's Angels? The same magazine, like a month apart. It's that contradiction that we're being fed. Don't approach women. That's harassment. Oh, why is nobody asking me out? What can you do? You can't win. The modern world. How long have you been awake? Sometimes I'm awake for 3 days, can't sleep. Oh, there's an interesting question, Robert. I tend not to get long sleeps most of the time. It tends to be micro sleeps. So in an afternoon when I'm listening to this sci-fi trash, I'm listening to it and I'm in that dozy state and I'm still hearing it and I know what's been said. And I wake up and I'm a bit lost and I have to try and work out how long I've been asleep. And it'll be 5 minutes. So was I actually asleep or was I just in kind of a slightly deeper doze? And I do a lot of that, a lot of 5 minutes here and 10 minutes there. And sometimes I follow the story enough I don't need to rewind. Sometimes I just have to rewind it back to the last point that I remember. or that I remember clearly. So it's not like I get my head down and have a solid 8 hours. Even when I have a sleep, it's usually no more than an hour or two. Partly because dog, either she'll move or she'll start barking because someone's coming past or something's happening on the top road. Sometimes I just haven't cuddled her long enough and she just... You've gone behind me again, little bugger. I can't even reach you to cuddle you. For a dog that can't move, she sure can wriggle tonight. Let me check the time. Where are we, folks? We are coming up. I started at about 3 or 4 minutes past the hour. So we're coming up on 4 hours. Are we carrying on? I don't want to go too long, but I could give you another half an hour, maybe another hour if there's people to watch. I need some thumbs up though, folks. Come on. Some of you haven't hit that thumbs up. Most of you. When I look at the stats after this, there'll have been 100 people watching. Mainly for 20 or 30 minutes, but I guess I don't entertain some of you enough. Thank you, whoever that was that just hit the thumbs up. I'm seeing 13. Usually my readout is behind, and Farmar or somebody will tell me that it's 14, really. I don't know if Jack's still here and lurking. Are you here, Jack Attack? How long have you been? 3 days, can't sleep. Yeah, I mean, I do go... When was it? This last week? I had one where I was just awake all night, and I thought, oh, it's okay. I'll get a few naps through, and it just didn't happen. I didn't get the naps the next day. So I was awake about 2 days. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Actually, doctors will tell you that it's impossible to stay awake for 3 days. Is that movement in my tent? My door's still open the other side, folks. I'm going to have to go and sort that. Someone could, in theory, just dive into the tent, grab stuff and get out. More than likely it was an animal in the bush though. But yeah, I've not even put the mosquito net down on that side. I'm wide open on this side. Things are getting damp. How are we for damp? Oh yeah, it's positively wet. This isn't. That is. Okay. I don't know if you can... Does that show? No, it doesn't. You don't see that? Yeah, okay. There's a bit of glistening on the end of my finger. One of my fingers there. Wet, 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 wet. Scottish pop group. I feel it in my... How's that go? Can't remember. It was number 1 for about 14 or 16 weeks on the bounce. What was the film? 4 Weddings and a Funeral. Bloke, says Farmer, with a question mark. Why do you say that? Is bloke not a word you know? Or are you asking a question? I've lost the plot. It jumped and I don't know which way it jumped. I don't know whether I need to go backwards or forwards. Should I stay or should I go? I think it was a clash, yeah? Offence is taken when they don't know you. But the other one, here's the other one, okay? If a man approaches a woman and starts talking to her, and is particularly handsome, that's a wanted, that's a welcome approach. But if a man that she decides isn't up to her standards, maybe he's a bit ugly or something, then it's harassment. And she'll post a video online saying, how dare he? So whether it's a welcome approach or sexual harassment is down to whether she fancies him or not. And how do you know whether she fancies you or not before you approach? Tricky, tricky, tricky. West End girls. Pet Shop Boys. Shout, shout, knock yourself out. These are the things that I dream about. Come on. Tears for Fears, maybe? Well, let's not start a world. Everybody wants to root out tears. Okay. Tears and Tears. That's one that the sci-fi AI gets wrong. Yeah. Yeah, they'll often... Yeah. I watched it tear through the hull of the star. The missile came in and I watched it tear through the hull of the starship. Like, what? No. No. I read the book last night. No, you read the fucking book last night. Oh, here we go. I'm scrolling back. I didn't know that I'd missed some. Where am I? How far back am I? Mike and everybody, cheers on stream. Yeah, cheers to everybody on stream. And welcome to July, those of you that have made it already. I'm still available. Making the bed. What a mission. God, I haven't made mine in weeks. In fact, every time Tina moves around, the covers get pulled further. I've had to pull them off the floor and back onto the... I hate it when the covers end up... Well, not covers, but the quilt and the blankets end up on the floor. If we get rain and the tail end of the quilt is on the fucking floor, it's like a straw. It sucks the water up. It's annoying. Scrolling backwards, folks. Some compliments can be classed as an offence, I said in the supermarket many years ago. I ended banned from supermarket. Fuck. Uh-oh. Oh, Luca Benidorm. Hello, Luke. You're back in the UK still, mate, yeah? And there's we had Fama saying bloke ? And I don't know why. I don't see anybody posting the word bloke. Is it a term that doesn't translate to Canuck? Sexual harassment. Okay. My hedgehog pops out sometimes when it sees an appropriate cave. What? Hedgehog. I think I'm missing some sort of sexual innuendo. Or at least that's what it feels like. Seems this World Cup is for the underdogs. A lot of dismissed teams have won and won well. Well done. What do you think about the first round? Only ditching... What was it? They've only kicked out about 6 teams. All those matches to get rid of about 6 teams. Oh, no, they got rid of the 4th place from every group and then kept most of the 3rd places, yeah? So however many groups there were, felt like a lot. Was there a group L? Where are we there? I don't know. 12. Were there 12 groups? Maybe? So the 4th place went out of each group and they kept about half of the 3rd places. It's a lot of matches to play to get rid of nobody or hardly anybody. It means there's a lot of matches, there's a lot of stuff to watch, there's more sponsorship, more advertising, all of that, more television. They get the funds from the fees from the TV companies. Originally, the World Cup was a knockout competition, just straight knockout. Originally, the World Cup was a team game rather than a club game rather than an international side. Wasn't it Woolwich Arsenal won the first World Cup? Have I got that right? Minder was in the film, Dennis Waterman, I think. Let me check my facts, folks. Let me check my facts because it sounds ridiculous. But I think I'm right. The first World Cup was a club game. Oh, and they didn't. The British or English, I don't know, went over and they'd never heard of substitutes. When the foreigners had extra players to bring on like halfway through the match, the Brits had never done that before. Now what do you have? You have like about fucking 6 substitutes and a goalie if needed. In the end, it'll end up like basketball, where you have a squad and you can just bring them on and off at will. It's only a matter of time before they start doing that in some competition or some league. They'll do it as an experiment and it'll take off. You'll have a squad of 22 players sat on the sidelines, and we'll bring different players on and off as people get tired or someone gets a knock, and instead of letting them have like 10 minutes to run it off, instead of having 10 minutes to run it off, or the wet sponge, you know, the magic sponge, they'll take them off and give them a 10-minute rest. What was I going for? I'm going to type, how do you spell Woolwich? W-I-C-H, maybe? Woolwich Arsenal. That's a B. Woolwich Arsenal. First World Cup. First World Cup. There. It was a suggestion. Woolwich Arsenal Football and Athletic Company, the first ever World Cup competition in Uruguay. No, that's different facts. But you can't summarize. That's bad. Okay, I'm going to reword it and see whether the AI kicks in and helps, because I don't like broken up summaries that misquote. I'm pretty sure I'm right here. Did Woolwich Arsenal win the first World Cup? Question mark. That gives you a better chance of having the AI step in, thinking, no, Woolwich Arsenal did not win the first. No. You see, now you've cheated. The first FIFA World Cup. The FIFA World Cup is a tournament for national teams. No, you see, you're wrong. I'm not talking about the FIFA World Cup. You see, FIFA was later. Didn't exist. 1930 Uruguay. No, I'm talking about something like 1918 or 19... You're wrong. How do I tell them they're wrong? Ask anything. You are wrong. Not talking about FIFA. FIFA didn't fucking exist. Here I am, training fucking Google. I know I'm right. You are entirely correct, and I apologise for missing your point about the Sir Thomas Lipton Trophy. However, Woolwich Arsenal still did not win it. West Auckland AFC. Really? The connection to Woolwich Arsenal is part of one of football's greatest urban legends. The tournament, initiated in 1909 by tea magnate Sir Thomas Lipton. The competition in Turin is widely considered the first World Cup. The mistake, hold on, you see, I still think you're wrong. The organisers intended to invite Woolwich Arsenal. A clerk made a mistake with the initials WA and invited West Auckland instead. I'm dubious because there was a film about it. I'll let it rest for now. I will investigate at leisure, because it's probably not the best. It's probably not the best YouTube just watching me argue with Google. Pretty sure I'm right. I've seen a film with Dennis Waterman as one of the footballers, and he's not Australian. West Auckland, New Zealand. Where's Auckland? Fuck, I'm showing my ignorance on geography again. Australia, I'm going to go Australia for West Auckland. I could be wrong, 50-50, toss that coin. Don't know. I could look it up. I've done enough looking up already. It seems this World Cup is for underdogs. If you say to a lady nice curves, it's harassment. If you say it on YouTube, maybe a compliment. And then we get the word hedgehog. I think I'm missing Tears for Fears, both songs. Okay, I do like Tears for Fears. I don't know enough. I watched a video today of an American lady, an American lass, must be roughly my age, maybe a little bit younger. And she was, it was about top hits of the 80s, 100. The video was only about 25 minutes long. They played about 10 seconds of each song. Does that work out? 1,000 minutes, 15, 20, that's about 20 minutes. Plus she had a little bit of, 15 minutes is 900 seconds, yeah? And then she did a little bit of talking there. So 20, 25 minutes. It's a little bit annoying only hearing 10 seconds. Lost half my audience. You are live. So I was just talking, saying disconnect, reconnect. And I wasn't even reconnected when I said it. Literally just lost half my audience. It dropped from 10 to 5 with that disconnect. Hopefully it's just the counter showing it wrong and you'll all come back. Thumbs up, folks, if you do come back. No, this last was watching this this video of hits of the 80s and UK hits of the 80s, and it was interesting the bands that she'd never heard of, and sometimes she'd heard of the band but didn't know any of their songs. Sometimes she knew the song, didn't know the name of the band. She was a pretty good singer. She was kind of singing along with a lot of them. A lot, the heavy metal stuff, the AC/DCs and is AC/DC, they're not the Sheffield ones, are they? There was a few of the rock groups that she knew. She had no idea they were English, British, whichever. The rules for the video were a little bit subjective. Well, I guess so. So the video took a top 100 list from, what's the music playing site? Is it Sound something or other? Green logo with black lines. The one that tried to do podcasts and stuff. They got Matey Boy, didn't they? Baldy to move across and paid him 100 million for an exclusive deal. Sound. I want to say Sound something or other. I can probably look here. I'm sure I've got it. You know the one I mean. You all know. You're all screaming at me. What an idiot I am for not remembering what it's called. I've got the word sound locked in my head and I can't get there. Players. There we go. Spotify. I told it began with sound. Fuck. Spotify's list of 100 most. So this wasn't the top selling songs in the 80s. It's the most streamed UK 80s songs. The ones that are streamed now. Which is different, but still similar enough. Queen were heavily represented in the top 10. Oh, this back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You see, I went from 10 down to 5 and I'm back up to 7 viewers. When that disconnect lost, I lost half my audience and a few of you found your way back. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Now my timer says I've only been streaming for 20 minutes, 21 minutes. It's been 2.25 hours, but according to the timer here, it's been 21 minutes. You gotta love it. If I'm going to carry on, folks, I'm going to need a drink. I can't just sit here drinking my coffee that's got moths. There's another moth floating in it, look. I was just joking about moths floating in it. Let's see whether I can get the little fella out alive. We've managed it with... Oh, shit. There's either 2 here or I've just split him in half. Didn't get him. Can't get him. Can't see him. There's one. Come on. No, I can't get him up against the side. And he's too far down. Let's do it with a spoon. That's more likely. This is like a... No, I had you. How did you miss? It's fluid dynamics, isn't it? There you go. If I tap you out there. Oh, shit. I don't want to squash you on the table, mate. Okay, I did what you did with the other. You either dry out on your own or you don't. Any more for him? I'm sure there was two. Was it a reflection? Or just a piece of scum? Anyway, I can't just sit here drinking coffee, folks, you know? I got a reputation to maintain. I can't be an alky bastard without having alcohol in front of me. Let me go and... Oh, Tina, where are you? Okay, babe. I can move back, what, about 6 inches? Maybe 8. Ooh, look at that. That's close. I didn't catch... I am... No, I didn't. Oh, God, darling, that was close. Sorry. Sorry, babe. Oh, fuck. I had a real fear a while ago that she wasn't feeling pain. She wasn't telling. I sat her down one day and I didn't realise there was this prickly bush under her ass. And when I noticed, like about 5 minutes later, I'm like, why did you not tell me? And because of this degenerative nerve thing that she's got going on, I thought she just wasn't feeling pain. And it's been my thing all along that she's not in pain. If she was in pain, we'd have to go and do the deed, unfortunately. But then I thought, Christ, what if she's just not feeling pain? What if she's been hurting all this time and just either not communicating it, not telling me, or what if she's doing damage to her body and it's just not being vocalized? But then I accidentally trod on her foot and she snapped at me and back like fuck. So pain is still a thing. But I just moved the chair back there. I thought I had more space than I did, and I thought it was on her foot. I just missed it. Fortunately, give me. It'll only be about 10 seconds, folks. Okay, the bladder's holding up really well. I haven't needed a pee yet after 4.25 hours, but I do need a beer. Well, neat. There I go again. Reputation, folks. I'll be right back. Need a beer. Fuck. Oh, I haven't got any space to maneuver. My back's aching. Oh, you sticky old man. Oh. Let me put this door down. Oh, while I'm here. This one. No. Hold on to the door. There we go. I found it. There's the door coming down. Should we put this side? Oh. Now, in and beer. Oh. Where are we? What's this one? Sorry about that, folks. Had to close the door. If you just give me a few more seconds, I need to go and close the door the other side. I'm not happy having that open. So let me go. There we go. Here we go with everything. Oh! Hello, Tingo. Hello, my baby. What are you doing? Oh, no, you haven't. I thought you pooed again. It's your belt. That's okay. Do you need your water, Tina? Tina's water. Here you go, babe. I'll put it in front of you. It's up to you when you want it. Tell me if you need more. Oh, you do need more. That's pretty empty. What have I got? 2 more seconds, folks. I just want to give my girl a bit more water. Just in case.
been a hot day, hasn't it, Sweet? It's been a hot day. Now I've got movement in the hedge. That's no good. Alright, I'm back. I'm right with you. Oh, ouch. Oh, my back. Where's your paw? You're right. You've got your paw on the chair leg. Anybody still there? Okay, folks. Sorry about that. I decided to close the two doors. And I got water down my neck. What's left of the tarp and the tent over there. When I bent down I have to kind of get under and undo her. There's a toggle goes through a loop to hold you roll the door up and toggle through the loop. And when I'm bent down and I'm under and doing that, and it shook loose a load of water from off the tent. Everything out here is cold and wet and damp. Wet and damp. That's redundancy. Stop it. Alright, folks, give me a second. Cheers to those of you that stuck with me and waited for those few minutes while I did that. I thought I was going straight in, grab a can, come out, but doors. Happy July. And any of my American friends out there, you've only got, what, 3 or 4 days to go, haven't you? I was in America when the 4th of July happened one time. You get quite, not just patriotic, but there was a distinctly anti-British, like against the modern British. It got a little bit hostile, I have to say. It's a little bit uncomfortable in the build-up. Was I there for the day itself, or had I left then? God, it's a long time ago. 2008. No, before 2008. Was it 2005? I was over there when Doctor Who came back. I think that was 2005. I started my business a little bit like I worked for these guys for a couple of years, and then I expanded my own business. Let me see. What year did Doctor Who come back? That's not how you spell year, that's you. What year did New Who return? Or New Who start? I guess it should have been, but you're right. Doctor Who often returned to his New Who. 2005 it was. Oh, that was March the 6th. How was I still there later on then? Did I go back? Maybe. I worked for the company for a while. Excuse me. Where are we, folks? I haven't looked at chat for a while. Leaving for bed soon, just passing the 4-hour mark. We did indeed. Oh, is that you past the 4 hour? I'm 4.5. Oh no, that was half an hour ago. Okay, yeah. Hopefully you stay UK Richie, but if you go now, we have a good night. Indeed, and thank you to UK Richie for tonight's. I think tonight's only donation so far. Scrolling just to double check. Yeah, I don't see any more. I think at that point I'd not silenced the phone either. So apologies to anyone who was wearing headphones or not. It is the Clash. I thought it was. Should I stay or should I go? If you go, it will be trouble. If you stay, it will be double. Yeah. It kind of reminds me. I'm not sure of the timing of it. It reminds me. Roadhouse, wasn't it? Patrick Swayze. I don't think it was in that film, but it's that whole. Yeah, that whole. If I go, there'll be trouble. If I stay, it will be double. Mike, ask AI if Chuck Norris is still alive. Why did I do that? I know he's dead. Oh, okay. Is it a joke? Chuck Norris is the AI. There's also all of the Chuck Norris memes and yeah, AI will be fully up to date on those. Good night, UK Richie. I'm sorry, mate, if I missed you leaving. I was behind with chat. Welcome to 2029. Hold on, how did we get there? I know you don't live in the future from me anymore, do you? Haven't I caught you up? You're 2 hours ahead of London. We're 1 hour ahead of them ordinarily. 2 hours ahead of GMT. We're 1 hour ahead of them normally, and then summertime, and you don't do summertime anymore. Daylight savings, whatever you want to call it. You're not in the future. Not from me. Oh, bloody itchy nose. What's that about? And the Panzerotti. I don't know. I need to look at this Panzerotti. Van Damme is a bad guy. Where did we get that from? Let me see if I can backtrack. What are we talking about? But Van Damme was going to be the Predator in the Predator movie. But he wouldn't stop jumping around and trying to do fucking somersaults and karate moves or kung fu or whatever. So they told him to fuck off. He was sacked. He got sacked from the movie on about the second day of filming. And then they brought in that big thin. Have you seen that guy that played Predator? I don't know his name. I don't think he ever became famous. Not certainly not in Britain. But he's a really tall, really thin guy, black fella. I don't know why I mentioned that. That's just I'm just describing him. I'm not being. God, that sounds racist, doesn't it, when you say it like that? Apologies. I sound racist. Sometimes I am, but not usually. But yeah, no, Van Damme got fired from the job. And the costume was different as well. In between the one guy and the other, they obviously had to rework the costume because taller. Van Damme's not a big guy, is he? This guy's like fucking. He's like 6'7" or something. What? What do you have to? There's a problem. You keep barking and scare them away. If it's a mouse, a rat, or a cat, you'll scare them away. Just your presence. This is what I'm going to miss when she's gone. Well, not just the scaring animals away, but people. If there's someone milling about on this road and they hear her bark, they're going to think twice about coming in the tent. And when she's not here, they might not think twice. Scrolling. No problem, Mike. What happened? Is this when I was away? Don't kick anybody's ass. You're on stream now. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? If I could have a fight with someone and have it on stream. Can we set that up? I think this is what the guy was on about when he said I had a bad attitude towards people. I don't think I've ever started a fight in my life. Can you hear that? Can you hear it? There's literally something running this way. Something or someone. I'm going to go looking. I'm going to reverse the camera and put the light on. Give us a second. See if I can see some eyes shining my way. Reverse the camera, put the flash on. Eyes in the field. Is it, or are they just flowers? Hold on. It's something. No, it's just something reflective. Is it? I'm going to have to move. I'm going to go around. Let's have a quick hunt through the field. Oh, bloody hell. Ouch. Trying to balance and with a twisted back. All right, that's shiny there. That's my stuff on the table. There's something over here somewhere. I heard it. It was positively running this way. Let's have a look. Haven't been over here in a while. Sometimes you get like a cat and the eyes will just shine right back at you. Oof. I saw movement. It was the shadow moving because I was moving the phone around here. I don't think there's anything to worry about. More than likely a cat. But it could have been a rat. Mice you don't hear. If you hear something, it's not a mouse. Let me come back to base. See, I need to stand that back up against this chair and then put these two. That's the back of one of the solar panels. That's the back of the other. I need to get these set up ready for morning. Here's a Tina girl. Hey, Tina, talk to the peoples. Superstar that you are. Come on, babe. Hey, Auntie Karen was here earlier. Don't know if I think she went to bed, didn't she? Tina T. Say hello to your fans. No? Okay, babe. Quick cuddle. Quick cuddle. You are a bit damp, aren't you? Take him inside soon, give you a big cuddle. Maybe give you a rub down with a blanket or a towel. Okay, folks. It's not exactly a false alarm. There was definitely something there and it was definitely running this way. Hopefully, cat, not rat. My lamp doesn't seem to be doing the job. I don't know. Is it still pulling power? Yeah, it is. 2 watts. That'll be you. Nothing else is plugged in at the minute. I unplugged the phone to take it around the field. Do I need to plug it back in? Where are we? 99% no, we don't need to plug that in just yet. Whoa, what happened there? We dropped brightness. Whoa, okay, that's what happened. There we go, look at that. Now is that too bright? That might be too bright. Here we go. That was a slow reaction. Push forward a bit, folks. Oh, I should have checked with you first, shouldn't I, darling? We're okay, no damage done. Where are we? Don't get anybody's hot. That's a reference to the link you provided. Hot, did it rain? What? Yes, okay. Born on the 4th of July. Hold on. Is that the Tom Cruise film or are you going Bruce Springsteen? 4th of July. Was that one? No, that was Born in the USA. Born on the 4th of July. That sounds like a Tom Cruise film about a Vietnam veteran who was anti-war or something. Don't know. Then you're saying Who? This was Doctor Who reference for the Who. Or maybe you're playing Who, the music, the Roger Daltrey, etc. Roger Daltrey, Pete Townsend. Can't remember the name of the other blokes. One of them, didn't they have a drummer who died? That might have been the Stones. Yes, Tom Cruise film, the 4th of July. Okay. Stand up solar panel before you step on it. Yeah, I'll stand it up before I go in. I don't want to like leave you guys dangling while I'm messing with the solar panel over there. I'll take care of it once we finish here, before I take Tina in. It's going, yeah, okay. I think I'm caught up more or less. Expel your projectile. My projectile could ejaculate. No, shush. That word doesn't mean what people think it means. It does just mean to expel, to propel forwards. You can blurt out a word. You can ejaculate words. Oh my God, he ejaculated. Not oh my God, because he ejaculated. If you read, I don't know, was this, it might have been a Sherlock Holmes book. If you read the original Conan Doyle books, you get phrases that mean different things now to what they meant then. Look how bad my hair is. I really am considering washing it. But my washing bowl's got a hole in it. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. I do have a second bowl, but it's very wide and very big. It's also being used for something else at the minute. So that would be awkward. It would to get a usable amount of water in there, a usable depth of water, it would take a lot of volume. And I've used up most of my big bottles. I've got quite a few 1.5 litre bottles. But I am a little bit cautious about how much water I've got left and how quickly me and Tina are going through it. especially with the amount of cold water, the water that I'm putting in the fridge and drinking. Usually flavouring it with some kind of cordial or adding it to something else. I said earlier I had this orange drink that I thought was cordial, and it's not. It was just an orange drink, but I still watered it down with cold water. Why not? I think I got back to where I was, wasn't I? Thanks, probably a projectile. Oh, I haven't done this in a while. I haven't read this one tonight, I don't think, at all. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing, folks. I wonder whether the people around here can hear me. You know, like when someone's really loud on the phone at the bus stop up there. Some people can talk on a phone and you've got no idea they're there. And others are at the top of their fucking voice and you can hear them from a mile away. I hope I'm not one of the loud ones that's annoying. Right, in the UK, when it's this hot, everyone's got their windows open at night because we don't have aircon. In Spain, everyone keeps their windows closed because aircon. I heard it, Tina. I know. You need to do a proper bark, darling, so that if it's a cat, it knows you're a dog. This little crappy semi-whimper thing you're doing it's not gonna inspire fear in them, is it? Get on with it. Do it properly. I know you can bark. Who are you, Bingo? Tom Cruise film, yeah. Who are you, Bingo? Leave me, darling. Please don't. Thank you. What? Keep the fluids up in the heat. Keep drinking. This is what I was saying earlier. The amount of liquid I'm putting into my body and the minimal amount that's making its way out the other end. And there's a lot of sweat coming out. It'll be coming out in breath and all of those. I was going to say evapotranspiration, but that's plants, is it? Transpire. We perspire. Transpiration's only plants, I'm going to decide. Is that right? Do I need to look it up? I'm going to say that transpiration is plants. Evapotranspiration is water leaving the leaf of a plant. We do evapoperspiration, I guess you might say, or just perspiration. But yeah, fire the perspire. You're just doing rhymes now, are you? Yeah, it's tricky in this heat. Like I said, in the UK they just had a heat wave, and they admittedly on some days it sounds like their heat was higher than here, and usually it's a different kind of heat. It's a lot more humid over there. The humidity's higher. What's that noise? I think that's someone trying to steal one of those scooters, those electric scooter things. It might be the company that service them. They come sometimes and change the battery packs. Last night I thought I heard someone breaking into the garage again. A group of people and lots of banging. I kept out of it this time. I wouldn't ordinarily, but I've got a disabled dog. It's difficult to intervene while carrying a dog. I'm just gonna have a quick. Oh, I can't lean that way because of the light. I would wonder what was going on, and my glasses are fogging up again, folks. I'm going to assume it's either somebody taking one of the scooters, like renting it and taking it, or it's a guy. I can't see him. He's around, hidden from me. It could be the company come out when one of them's low on power. They come out and change the battery pack. That doesn't look like a professional. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, now I'm hearing voices. Sounds like a couple of wrong uns. I made a message and retracted. Why do you guys retract? I don't think I've ever retracted a message. Oh, once. Well, did I? Yeah, I thought I was typing into Messenger. I was typing into a fucking chat on a live stream. Yeah, no, don't do that. You might have to. I've done it the other way around as well. I typed a slightly edgy message to someone who wouldn't have expected an edgy message. I had to explain myself and apologise. Sorry, multiple windows, multiple apps. I'm in the wrong. It wasn't intended for you. It was. Yeah, I know, Tina. I know. Things going on, movements afoot, people and things. Tina's not happy. Where are we, folks? Let me see. I think I'm caught up on chat. Let me see where we are for time. We're on 2:45 my time, so I've done 4 hours 40. I've done 4 hours 40 or thereabouts. Because I was late and then because of the disconnect and reconnect. I will go to the 5-hour mark, which will be 5 or 10 minutes after the top of the hour. So we got maybe 20, maybe 25 minutes to go. Just want to I don't have to make sure, do I? We're over 4 hours. What am I talking about? I like nice round numbers though, you know? Nobody wants to end a stream on like 4 hours, 57 minutes. How would you do that? What's the word I'm looking for? I've considered whether I'm, not the OCD, the other one. The one where you don't connect with people properly. Oh, look at that. That came out of nowhere. What's the word I'm looking for? Autistic. I got there. I don't know how I got there or why I got there. I wonder what people think when they go along the main road and they look down. I've got the brolly. This hasn't been up all day. I put the umbrella up, the parasol. I put that up just for you guys for tonight. Isn't that silly? Just so I could hang my fairy lights under it. That's the kind of fairy I am. Fairy, not furry. Nothing against them, just not one of them. I keep getting fabric folds under my legs, and when you're sitting on them for 4 or 5 hours, it's an issue. I am not going until morning. I am not waiting for the sun to come up. We're not doing that. We'll do that again one day. I wonder when. Should we do that like the 21st of every month? But then, wasn't that part of the reason that I couldn't make food on the 25th when we were happy on Christmas? I'd been knocked out for 2 or 3 days. I don't know. Not in a food mood anyway. Don't know. Got to try and develop some kind of. So any of you guys that watch Scruff Dog and Big Clive, and they do the waffles like on the, is that on the half hour? And Clive drinks like a shot on the hour. Gotta have some. I should develop some kind of. I haven't got the words. I haven't got the vocabulary, folks. Routine isn't the right word, but some kind of trends isn't the right word. But don't know. I should do something. Got to develop a style of my own, I guess. Otherwise, I just bore you all to death. I mean, I don't even know why you're here. It's a tramp in a fucking field. We're not going to hit 20 thumbs ups, are we? That's a shame. That's a shame. We're not going to hit 20 thumbs up. I think I caught the end of Don Benitez parasocial with Don, but I think I caught the end of him. Was that yesterday? I thought I was watching. I thought it was a short because he does them vertically, even though he's live. YouTube really want that. They really want you to do portrait rather than landscape. Does anyone remember the time that I couldn't get the settings to work and it went live and I was in portrait and I just went with it? I got twice as many viewers as when I went landscape, as when I go landscape. I hated it though, because chat was visible like over the picture. Oh yeah. Sorry about that, it came from nowhere. I had no warning, not that I'm aware of. Trying to suppress isn't working either. So it's snotty. Have I think I had a droplet on the end of my nose there. Sorry about that. Yeah, I did. Oh, look at that. It's not just a droplet, it's snot. Let's flick that away. Sorry about that, folks. What can you do? Humans, our bodies are droplet, drupal in Dutch, I believe. Drupal is the name of a content management system that was built around a droplet, a teardrop kind of shaped character or logo. One of our competitors when I was in a Joomla land. WordPress, Joomla, Drupal. Those were your three top content management systems back in the day. Rained here, so we'll get to you in 3 to 7 days. There you go. Oh, look at that. What is it, Tina Girl? She's not happy about something. I think it's an animal moving around in the bush somewhere. What do you need, darling? What do you want? I think I can just like reach you. I can reach you. Look, I can give you a cuddle. A quick cuddle. There's movement. That sounded like human footsteps. That might have been a little bit further away. So there's a path at the back of the trees there, and then there's the cliff tops at the back of the trees there, and then you've got the track here. But when you hear what clearly sounds like footsteps, I'd said the other, I think I mentioned this in the last live stream. On the day that I did the last live stream, it must have been Thursday, I woke up that morning and there's a cunt here in the field. Like, it's not my field, I can't tell you not to be here. But he was picking through my stuff, he was drinking my water. I came out, he's got a bottle of water in his hand and he's drinking it straight from the bottle. And when he leaves, he'd put it down. When he leaves, I'm saying, oh, you've left your water. He's like, it's not mine. You just walk through someone's camp and just start picking through their stuff. And they told me this bullshit about how his car had broken down. He's clearly drunk. If you did have a car that broke down, did you chuck that water? What did I do with it? I rinsed something out, but not something important, you know, not like my own cups or anything. There wasn't that much of it. I used it to rinse off a surface of something, but I can't remember what. Not a pan or a cup or nothing important. I washed something. I don't recall what. But yeah, no. I mean, the bottle, all of the whenever a bottle gets empty, I have so many of them that I do just crush them up. I've got a pile of plastic bottles over there that I've got a few big rubbish bags, trash bags. I need to get one of the big ones out and just throw a load of these plastic bottles in. In reality, I should walk about 500 meters that way to the nearest plastic recycling bin. That's what you're supposed to do. We got a set of bins here. If they can't be asked putting one here, just goes in the trash. in the grey waste, goes in the unsorted landfill. What up? Give us the full set of bins, or fuck off. You see people driving to find the right recycling bin. And that's like, the economics of it can't work. You got to drive half a kilometre there and half a kilometre back to take your plastic recycling to the bin. You've already lost. How many kilometres to the litre? In a typical, I don't know, like miles to gallons, I used to know, but kilometres to litres. You get about 10 kilometres to a litre. At, what is it now? €2 a litre. Más o menos. That's 20 cents to drive your plastic to the bin. The economics just don't fucking add up. Even if I'm off by a bit. Next time, leave an extra bottle with pee. Yeah, okay, there's a one. Okay, that would work, as long as I don't make the mistake. Oh God, look at 13.5 litres to 100 kilometres. And is diesel more economical than petrol, isn't it? Isn't that why people use it? Even though the engines are more noisy and annoying. Taxi driver parks outside your fucking house. You know about it. I don't know whether I'm out of date on that. Let me reverse the maths there. So that's like 7.5 kilometres per litre. I think that's even worse economy than I just said. And at €2 a go, is it 2? I think it's 180, 190, something like that, isn't it? Euros per litre. So yeah, it's even worse. It's more than 20 cents to drive your plastic bottle. And some people will do it like each morning. They'll take last night's wine bottles or whatever to the glass one, which in our case that's fairly close. But imagine getting up each morning and driving your 2 wine bottles half a kilometre to the glass bank or whatever they're called, bottle bank. The economics is just crazy. Whether it's glass or plastic, if it's not a 2-minute walk there and back, like if it's not 1 minute away, it can't work out. What it does is it puts the cost on you rather than on them. Like when you all had personal bins and they used to come around and collect from each house, the cost's on them. When it's a communal bin and they don't give you the full set and you have to go somewhere else to drop off your plastics or your glass. Tina girl, have you shit again? Or just farted? I don't see anything, but then it's dark. But I can sure fucking whiff it. Sorry folks, I've gone off on one again. But no, the economics of that. And that when you then, in the UK, when we bail up, when the recycle company, when they bail it up, the local authority, like palletise it, bail it up to take it to the recycle, they get funny because it's the wrong mix of plastics and they give it like a 0 value or an almost 0 value. So they're putting the cost on you, all of that filtering and so. You're like an unpaid fucking bottle washer and trash filterer, trash filer. You're filing it into different buckets, unpaid. And then in some areas, you watch the binmen come round and they throw them all in the same bin wagon at the same time. Not into separate compartments. They've got the people trained to wash and sort all their rubbish. It's all just going into landfill. because the economics of it don't work. They palletize the plastic, they take it off, and the company just say, no, you've got yogurt pots in there, and we don't do yogurt pots. You've got this type of plastic or that type of plastic. Oh, no, we can't be filtering the... Oh, no. Zero volume. So there's literally reports of people watching the bin men just throwing it all in the same trash, the same bin wagon, as we would call it. Anyway, I'm ranting. Sometimes I do. But is diesel more expensive and service every petrol service every? Okay, yeah. I don't know the economics of diesel versus petrol anymore. I know that diesel engines are going to be phased out before petrol engines, according to the last I heard from the UK government. They set a target of we're gonna get rid of these things in 30 years, and then they said, hey, it's been 5 years. We're going, okay, why don't we bring forward that deadline 10 years? And we haven't got the infrastructure. If everybody starts plugging in their car overnight to top up with electricity, you're going to need more than twice the capacity on the national grid. We haven't got it. And do you want people putting like an extension lead from the plug socket in their garage or in the house out onto the road? Everyone pushing a pushchair or a pram or a buggy or dragging the old lady shopping trolley. It's going to be trundling over wires, because not everyone's going to like install a proper charging station in their own home. Most people with garages don't put the car in the garage overnight. I don't know if this is a UK thing or not, but it's just that extra hassle that nobody wants. What if you put your car in the garage and some cunt parks across your drive? Now you can't get to work. That's like a third level. That's a third order difficulty. Pulling off the road, parking in the. You've got all your goods. All of your clutter kind of stacked in the garage. You're going to fit a charging station in your garage, whatever word you prefer. And now you've got to move all your clutter out of there. That was your storage space. That was your man cave for a lot of people. But the generative capacity, that the grid, I don't see them doubling capacity within the next 10, 15, 20 years. Not if you look at how infrastructure has been mismanaged over the last 20 years. Why, instead of being in decline, why would it suddenly go the other way? Where's the impetus for that? Where's the incentive? Where's the money? And then they go the other way. Charge your car, but leave it plugged in, and if we need to, we'll take the power back to top up the grid. You do that, and I'm wanting to go on holiday tomorrow. Now my car can't go far enough. And what gives you the right to take from me when I'm paying for shit? All of those type of questions, folks. I'm rambling and ranting. Diesel is more expensive. Okay, right. Diesel is more expensive, and you have to service the car more often. Okay. Andy's computer tube. Sleepy greetings, hobo crew. Hello, Andy. Does that mean you're not sticking around? Change your oil in any vehicle after 5,000 kilometers. You will never have a problem. No idea. You will hear, because the oil sump at the bottom of your car, the oil pan, whatever you want to call it, is going to bottom out, and you're going to leave an oil streak down there. We get one a week. There's an oil slick down the road. Will that make my brake last longer? Absolutely. But you won't be able to stop with all the old, but your brakes will never wear out. Here for the rants, lol. Some people do that. Other people tell me I just have a bad attitude. I don't know, folks. I certainly had a rant Thursday. I don't know if you'd even call it a rant. I was inviting a guy to come to the field for a fight. The guy that said, your dog would be better off dead than with you. What do I think to say? Admittedly, she'd peed on her pads and laid on them in the night. I didn't know she'd peed and she got sore. So now I'm making an extra effort to take her out extra more often. And she seems to be obliging. The last 2 or 3 days she hasn't peed on her pads. And I think before that, when she did pee on her pads, I spotted it within, I'm going to guess, from when I checked one time to when I checked another, it was maybe an hour, hour and a half. She had peed, but she'd also wriggled out of it and wasn't laying in it. And I changed the pads. It's actually newspaper rather than pads, but same thing. You can only do what you can do. If I'm asleep and she pees and I don't know, does that make me a bad doggy daddy? He did. Some people are really literal. This was where he went wrong, in my opinion. I said, I think it was after I did the 11.5 hour stream. I think I said I stayed in bed all day. And this was around the time maybe that Tina got she got a little bit of she got a sore. It's like a little open wound. It's small. The end of my little finger kind of size. Have you ever, when you say something to someone and they take it ever so literal, do you know the phrase that something's black bright? Like, you mean it's so black it kind of shines? Or you talk about some people drink so much that they vomit in their sleep and they wake up dead. And you literally mean that by morning they're dead. They're not going to wake up. How can you wake up dead? How can it be black bright? Some people are so fucking literal that you can't use similes or metaphors with them. It's been a hard day's night. How can it be a day's night? Some people are so literal. And I'd said, I slept all day. Now I got up every 3 or 4 hours and walked to Tina. Obviously, nobody sleeps like fucking 12. Well, very rarely sleeps 12 or 8. I didn't mean I'd literally slept all day, but this cunt took that in. You didn't get out of bed all day, and now your dog's laid in her mess and got a sore, and she'd be better off dead than with you. People, don't be so. I found this with the Norwegians. They're very literal. When Tina was young and we were at the park and she was misbehaving at the bar, at the kiosk in the park, and she was growling at everyone who walked by, and I said something like, if you carry on, I'm going to kick you. And this was kind of a joke that me and Tina had. Suddenly I've got this bloke who wants to fight. How dare you kick your dog? I'm like, mate, no, just of course I'm not going to kick her. Not while you're watching. I'm going to wait while I get her home. No. And then I had this other guy. Here's one. We'd walked to Guadamar and back. We'd literally been on our feet for like 15 hours. And I come back and we sit down at the kiosk. And after 5 hours sat down, this one was a Swedish one. In my country, you'd be arrested for this. I'm like, explain? Arrested for what? for not walking your dog after 4 hours. I'm like, mate, we've been walking for fucking, I don't know, 13 hours out of the last 15. And it was wrong anyway. His country had just brought in new laws that you couldn't go to work and leave your dog at home alone for 8 hours. Not 4, 8. Didn't even own a dog, he didn't know what he was fucking talking about. And he got all in my fucking face. I was knackered. Tina was knackered. We didn't want to walk after, she didn't want to be walked around the park. Some people just stick their nose in where it's not wanted. I've no idea what they're talking about, don't know your circumstances, and are too literal at times. Yeah, Swedish. Okay, Swedish. I'm assuming you're either playing ABBA, Roxette, or the Swedish chef from the Muppets. People presume the worst, they do. Day's Night. It's going to be the Beatles. Hard Day's Night. Show the moon. It's practically. Oh, it's peeking. Where did I get practically from? It's peeking out from parasol. Howl at the moon. Oh, it is just behind. Oh, there's more cloud now. We've got more. It's clear over there. Which way is it blowing? I don't know which way it's moving. I can't really show you the moon, but I will endeavour to do so. Do you want to just go that way and look up? I don't know if that works. Probably doesn't. Probably better if I turn. Can I get here? Give me a second. Tina's not under the chair. I can get out. You won't actually see the moon. I think, was it last night that was a full moon or the night before? And they gave it was it a raspberry moon or something? Raspberry or strawberry. Let me turn the camera around. Oh, look at that. You get a better picture with the real camera than you do with the selfie camera. And it doesn't reverse the picture. When it's this way around, you see it as it is. The selfie camera reverses it. And to this day, Android stroke YouTube haven't found a way to change it. So yeah, no, there's no, let me zoom in a bit for you. You don't get to see the actual moon. It is glowing through there. It was out earlier. When I went around and closed the when I went around earlier and closed the doors, I was in bright moonlight. There you go, folks. There is the moon. It is up there. And back to me, which you can't see because I'm not in the right place. Hey, Tina. Let me. Oh. How long before a cop comes past, sees the lights on in the night and comes to investigate and then try and demand ID and all the rest of the shit that they do? How long? We've had a few go past while I've been doing these the last week or two. It's not that long ago I started coming outside and doing them again, is it? Especially with the lights. I've had some funny looks from people walking past. So through the day, the people around, either up on the main road or on the track, they can't see the solar panels. But if I'm low on power after, say, 6 o'clock, it used to be 7, but after 6, I'll take the panel over there, at least one, sometimes both panels and EcoFlows. And the looks I get from people. They don't expect the penniless tramp to have solar panels and gizmotrons like EcoFlows. What was it I said the other week? Smarter than the average tramp. I don't just take your donations and piss it against the wall. Remember, beer is cheap in Spain. And if you specify, if someone wants to make a donation and specify not for alcohol, I will honour their stipulation. No, it's okay, Tina. It's okay. Do you get this in your country? Wherever you are? These electric scooter things, these stand-up scooters, two or three people, and they're shouting to each other as they go along. Oh, that one's got two on the back, you know, two on one. And then I watched a gang of English lads. It must have been yesterday when I had Tina up on the main road. We actually made it to the main road for once. That's a thing. The walkies. So first thing in the morning, and the last one that we do like late afternoon, early evening. I try and take her. We used to go up to the main road. She couldn't go much further. And now she struggles just to get to the top of the road, even with me carrying 3/4 of her. It's watching the, you can't even see my hand gestures, watching the deterioration is kind of heartbreaking. And we're at that point, folks. If she hasn't got the use of any of her legs, if she can't move around, if she hasn't got control of her bowel and bladder, fortunately at the minute, the tent smells more of a rotting potato somewhere than it does of Tina's piss and shit. I'm sure there have been times that people have come to talk to me and stuck their nose in the tent and been kind of aghast. When I come to throw the mattress away, or the bedding, that's going to be interesting, isn't it? It's the tramp with the kind of the piss-stained mattress. There's like an archetype. There's a... It's not me. None of it's me. So far. I'm bright. How we jump back? I'm brighty door. Hold on. Okay, I think I went back that way. People presume the worst. How did they do? Swedish. That was enough. And maybe don't howl. People will presume a werewolf. Ow! I was in top messages for a bit. I better check where I am. But when my chat wasn't working, I don't know. How early were you here? Early on, like in the first quarter of an hour or so, chat just wasn't there. I had to make 3 attempts at going out and coming back in. I literally had to force close the YouTube app. If I went out to another app and I came back, like clicking the YouTube icon, it just opened it just brought to the forefront the YouTube app, and it was still locked up, still broken. I had to go out somewhere else, click the recent apps thing, and slide YouTube up and off. I had no idea whether that was going to work or not. It was a gamble. But when I opened YouTube again, and then I had to go through live, and it said, "Oh, you're in the middle of a stream. Do you want to resume?" When I came back in, it all worked again. I make a mistake every now and again. Look, I sat here and did like a 5-hour stream when I was in top chat. I missed various people, and when someone mentioned, "Haven't you seen Hannah?" or I think it was Hannah, I had to go looking. I'm like, no, it's not. Oh fuck, live chat. Top, yeah, all messages. Oh, my backside. Where are we, folks? Did we get past 5 hours? We did. We're well past. We're gonna call it quits soon, then, yeah. Unless anybody wants to carry on, like, unless there's any strong objections. Does anybody want to carry on? I think I'd rather pick a time. I've gone past the 5 hours. Let me think. We're almost on 5 hours 20. 5.5. Give it another 10, 15. I have to go. I have to go 5 minutes or so past the target I actually set because I was late starting and we've had a few dropouts. This is. Why am I obsessed with trying to make it actually 5.5 rather than like 5:28 or 27 or 5:20? That's a bit weird. Starting to notice things about myself. Andy, are you saying you're still awake or that I'm still awake? Oh, not sure. I was in top messages for about, hey, I make a mistake. I made a mistake once. I got something wrong. It was 1979. It's a classic line I used to use a lot. I can even tell you what the error was. I thought that Jim Callaghan was going to win the 1979 election. I even left, so it used to take a long time to count the votes back then. I left home for school the next morning, convinced he had a chance, and Maggie had won it. But nobody knew until about dinner time. Election counting's got a lot faster since then. Okay, folks, what are we going to talk about for the final 5 minutes or so? July, what are our expectations for July? What do we want to see happen? Are we about halfway through the World Cup? Later on, you start to get days where there are no matches. Once you get down to the quarters and the semis, maybe even the, quarters. 4 teams in the semis, 8 teams in the quarters. Do they call it the round of 16 still? I think you've got matches most days from there, but after that, you start to get days where all the teams are on rest days. But yeah, we've got the World Cup. What else? Do you know what I tried to do earlier? I tried to look up, like, top stories, like news stories in June. Do you know it's impossible? You can't get like a summary. You type it into Google and they'll tell you news stories, and you click through and like you're on the BBC and you're on a specific date and you have to pick a fucking date or it just gives today's news because today's June still. Sorry, it was. The other one was Wikipedia, and Wikipedia has like this much each day through the month. Not exactly a summary. I just wanted to like, what's the top 30 news stories in, like what happened in June? Couldn't get, doesn't matter what wording I tried, it doesn't matter where I tried, the who, how, what, when, where, why. Google is shit nowadays. It really is the embodiment of enshittification. If you saw Google in the year, what was it, 2000, when it launched? So if you saw Google in like 2001, 2002, it was so much more accurate now with the articles it listed. The only thing it's got going for it now is the AI summary that it gives on half the questions, if you can word them right. But even then, what was it? I asked it earlier and then I had to tell it was wrong. I asked about the first World Cup and it went on about FIFA. And I said, fuck off, you're wrong. I still think it's wrong about Woolwich Arsenal. But anyway, I'm gonna investigate that in my own time, not in your time. But that AI summary, for most things, the problem is if you don't know it's wrong. If you say, no, you're wrong, I wasn't talking about that, I was talking about, oh, no, you're right. But that means you already have to know the answer you were looking for. That's dangerous. I gave the example the other week about someone sitting there looking at like this green and yellow stripy carrot. I've got to remember now. What's the name of the poison? The one that Socrates was forced to take. Can't remember the name now. It looks like a carrot. I think it might even be part of the carrot family. The leaves and the flowers on top look like they're part of the carrot family. Name a famous historic poison. But anyway, this woman's looking at this green and yellow, and she says, "Is that a carrot or is it?" And she names the fucking poison. No, that's a carrot. And she's like, "Really? Are you sure?" And she has doubts, so she contacts her friend who says, "Fuck no. That is," I almost had the word there. Did anybody get it? No. Heineken is a good beer, random observation. I have no objection. I'm not a lager man, so I'm not in a position to judge. I drink bitter, aka IPA. We can argue about whether bitter and IPA are the same thing. Beer snobs will say not. But if I walk around in a foreign country saying, "Have you got any bitter?" they don't know what I'm talking about. But if I say IPA, they have an idea. Doesn't matter how dark brown your bitter is, or your IPA is, it is still an India Pale Ale, because it's pale compared to a stout. Stouts don't travel well. So the aim was to develop a beer that could travel from Britain to India. I assume with the East India Company and for the troops and for whatever else we had going on over there. Colonialism. Fuck yeah. When it was all about being an empire and colonizing, we were the fucking best at it. Something to be proud of, folks. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Some of the things we did were great. Some of the things we did not so much. Sometimes we were forced into doing the nasty things. Sometimes bad people in positions of power. But fuck yeah. When it was all about being an empire and having colonies, we were the best of it. Andy likes a nice IPA. But can you tell me the difference between an IPA and a bitter? A pint of bitter and a pint of IPA. I don't know the fucking difference. But I've had Camera, the Campaign for Real Ale folks, tell me they're not the same thing. Fucked if I know. Have I gone past the time I said I was going to finish? 3:26. Now I got another maybe 10 minutes. What next? Oh, Heineken. Yeah, Heineken's a good beer. I don't know. See, I only drink lager over here. I have back in the day, in the real world, when I lived in the real world, had apartments and money in my bank and money in my pocket. I did occasionally buy a bitter in a bar, but usually they were just cracking open a can of John Smith's and charging me €3. But this is back in the day when in the UK a can of bitter, a can of John Smith's would have been under under £1. And I felt resentment. €3, €3.50. This is when I could get a pint of beer for $1.25. A lager beer, $1.20, $1.50 a pint. And Tim's asking me for $3.50 if I want a can of John Smith's or Tetley's. You don't understand, yeah. I understand it has to be brought over here. I later discovered it was when they're saying, "Oh, it has to be exported." It has to. They were buying it from, I think Carrefour had it. They're just buying it in the supermarket. Now, okay, it will have been slightly more expensive than other beers in Carrefour, but not too much more. The guy was just having me on about the expense he has in exporting it or whatever. I haven't had a pint of bitter in forever. Or even a can of bitter. How long have I been here? I've been homeless nearly 4 years. 4 years in August it will be. I have not had a can of bitter in all that time, I don't think. Tina, go. Tina, what are you doing and why? Why am I having to shout at you? Alright. right, we got moonlight. Hold on. Was it Farmer? I wanted to see the moon. Oh, you can see it behind me. But I'll turn around. It was better picture. Oh, fuck. It wasn't. Give us a second. Oh! I need to stretch my back anyway. I was just about to go behind the cloud. Was it just coming out from behind it? I don't know which way they're going. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. Whoa. Did you see that? Before it zooms in, it zooms out. If there's such a word or phrase. That's flaring more than I would have expected. Where can I press to get a better focus? Isn't the right word. What is it? What's the term? No, it's flaring. No, now I'm just moving chat, not zooming out. How do I zoom back out? There used to be a slider. Well, no, that's in the camera app, not the YouTube app. Yeah, no, that's a lot more. Yeah, that's not what I see. I don't see all of that. I just see I've got a really bright ball, solid ball, no flaring around it. The picture on the camera is pants. Anyway, there it was, for anyone who wanted it. And there behind me is the lights on the, this is the main road, by the way. That one behind me. Hold on. Yeah, down there. All down there. Where there's a car going down there in a minute. Where that? Do you see the car? Yeah. That wasn't behind me. I forgot. I'm still on forward view. But this road, this main road that runs along the top of the road here. This is the coast road. Back to me. Actually, I feel like I need a. Are we 5.5 hours in? I've been drinking. What have I had? Almost 2 cups of coffee, and I'm halfway down. I'm maybe 2/3 of the way down my 3rd can of beer. I'm just starting to feel like I might need the loo. But we're ending soon anyway, aren't we? So I think I can. Do you think I can hold on? Yeah, 3 or 4 minutes. I'm just checking. Yeah, my PayPal notification. Still only one donation. Okay. Oh, look at this. We're suddenly back up above. We're on 10 again on the. Guys, I'm trying to end it and people are arriving. What do I do? What do you want me to do? You gonna let me go, or do you want me to carry on? I like a nice IPA, about £2 long. Is that, what's that? A can of John Smith's? Nice fresh lager is welcome in hot weather as well. Actually, a nice cold pint of bitter with a good head on it. Lager doesn't get a good head, or at least if it does, it doesn't hold it. Now, Southerners tend not to have a head. If you get like a pint of, was it courage? Fuck. We always used to joke, you need courage to drink it. You get a pint in London, as often as not, it will be served dead flat with no head at all. Now, there used to be the argument that the head, the froth on top, was robbing you of your beer because they're not filling the glass. But then they brought out measured pints, didn't they? Your glass had a white line. That was the mark, and any head was to be above it. Good head. Yeah, okay. That's not what you're called. I'll leave that one alone, says Farmer. I must admit, you know, I've kind of grown used to lager. I never drank, rarely drank lager in the UK. It was generally a bit stronger than the bitter or IPA, whichever you prefer. But then I think the bitter tended to be more of a session drink. So I remember beers as weak as like 3.5, 3.7. And the lagers were 4.5 or 5. But the guys who sat down with a pint of bitter, over the years they got stronger. But the guys who sat down with the bitter were like they were there for the night. They'd come in from work at 5:30, 6 o'clock, and they're going to be there till close. The lager drinkers tended, on average, to be arrive, have one or two, maybe three, and then leave. That they weren't in for the night, unless they were the, you know, the serious crew. You know the ones. The ones I used to call professional drinkers. Before I came up with the business idea to be a professional drinker, I think I've discussed this one before. You're welcome to the idea if anyone wants to try it. You walk past a strip of 5 bars all next to each other, and only one of them is busy. What's happened there is one of them had some people in early on, and everyone else who walked past, given a choice of 5 bars, they went to the one that already had people in. So you say to one of the other bar managers, landlords, whatever you want to call them, hey mate, if you had people in early, everyone who walks past, when they're picking which bar, they'll pick your bar. You get a holiday maker who goes to a bar, he's picked the one of the 5. He goes there, and if it's okay, there's people around, where's that guy going to go all week or all 10 days or all fortnight, all 14 days of his holiday? They're going to go to the one that they were at. People are creatures of habit. It's like when you're at a conference or something, and you pick your seat in the seating in the amphitheater and whatever it is. You go out for lunch, when you pick the same seat, everyone sits in the seats they were already in. They haven't been assigned them, but it's like a habit. Once you've picked one, you've picked it. So you've got this bar that's empty. How do you get other people to come to it? Well, you pay some people to sit outside. You don't make it obvious it's the staff sitting outside, because then no one's going to come in. If I have to disturb the staff to get up off their arse and come and serve me a beer, I'm probably never going to come back again. But if there are people there, and it wouldn't take much, you don't have to pay people even, I don't think. You get a gang of 5. Pick a number between 5 and 10. You get a gang of 5 and 10 people, and you offer them 2, maybe 3 free drinks to sit there for a couple of hours. And that's it. You're the busy bar. And anything they drink after your specified amount, whether it's 2 beers or 3 beers, if they want to carry on sitting there then they pay. That's all it takes. And maybe as the guy organising the 10 people to go to the bar, maybe I take a euro or 2 per person that's going to sit there as my commission. And there you have it, drinking as a business. What do you think? Would it work? I think it'd be worth it. If you were that bar manager, I think you'd give that a try. You're in a strip of 5 bars, and there's the other ones are the other one is busy, and you're never that one. It wouldn't take much to turn that around. 20 drinks, maybe as little as 20 drinks. What's the cost to the bar of 20 drinks? It's not a lot. Stick it in the marketing budget. We're not going in for the pina coladas and the, you know what I mean? It's beers or coffees or whatever, just so that people can sit outside, be seen, make the place look busy. And everyone who walks past goes to the busiest bar. This is the one that, those ones have got no one. These ones have got most. This must be the better bar. That's my theory. You can tell I'm narky. Drinking as a business, folks. Come on. Professional drinker. I think it has legs. I'd make that work. I can't do it here because I'm illegal. Oh, let me scroll and see if I've missed anything. No, Farmer's Good Head was the last comment. Unless my chat froze, I'm going to go none. I'm going to come back to live chat. And that was indeed the last one. Okay, folks, we're drawing it to a close, I think. Even though there's still 9 people here. If no one's talking to me, I'm going to have difficulty carrying on. 3:30, yeah, I was meant to finish at 3:30. Yeah, and a few, 3:25, somewhere around there. So we're done, folks. This is us done. Let's bring it to a close. I thank you for joining me as we saw June out and we saw July in. June, difficult month for me. Most of my friends left the country. We've got a few visiting back now and a few others in a week or two. I got my mate Ismo over here who I was chatting with earlier, who I might see in the next few days. He just moved house. But it's difficult when 3 or 4 people go home and suddenly my support network has kind of disappeared. I get a little bit despondent. I did get in a little bit of a downer. My dog is in a terminal decline, a death spiral, you might say. So June's been difficult for me. I'm hoping for a better July, but I'm also aware Tina might not make it through July. So that's going to be harsh. But on the positive side, we've got World Cups, we've got stuff happening. We're probably going to see the end of Keir Starmer. I don't want to do politics too much, but I don't know that's a plus because the other guy coming in, if he does, if there's no challenger, I don't know. But we're seeing June out and July in, and I thank you for joining me while we do that. And I will leave you in the manner to which you maybe have become accustomed. I don't know if my lady here will comply. This is always tricky. Hold on, I'm gonna put the flash on. Hey, baby. Hey. Hey, Tina girl. Hey. You're gonna look up. You're gonna look up and say hello. Say goodbye to the peoples. Come on. Let's get down here. A little bit close up. I can't get far enough away. Got stuff touching the screen. From Tina. Scratch my nose. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Catch you later, folks, and thank you.